is my team. You know what that means. This is for the black and blue that I bleed. This is for the chance to bring home that ring. But everybody gonna doubt this. So far there ain't been another way around it. We bring heat to the game each week. They just say we ain't got what it takes. We ain't bout it. Well, y'all can just keep saying that we ain't gonna make it. But at the end of the day, this will be the Panthers nation. You know, this ain't a game to us major players at every angle that you can think of. That's why you hate us. Get out the way of greatness. You can look at our faces and see the blood, sweat, and tears that it took to create this. Yeah, I know what you're thinking, but you can save it. Cause even on the darkest of days, you know we're always gonna find a way to tell them what we gonna do. We gotta
All right. Welcome in. Ladies and gentlemen, Panthers versus Ravens, Week 11. We're here, folks. We're here. This is going to be a tough game for us this week. So, strap yourselves in. Before we start getting into the content, hit that like button, hit that sub button, hit that bell, select all, leave a comment down below if you feel inclined to do so on YouTube. Share the stream. We're close to getting to 500 subs on YouTube, so please do share the stream and let your friends know. Don't forget to join up with the Facebook group page. Keep pounding in all caps for in-game posts, polls, opinions, and reactions to NFL news, as well as scheduling for the channel and Yahoo Sports. Keep pounding Fantasy Football League. Let's get into it. Shout out to Dimitrik. What's going on, man? Alright, let's get into this, guys. So, in case you guys missed it, I did go over the salary cap issue. And I think I may have found a solution for us. It's going to be one that might piss some Panther fans off, but I'll tell you this. If it works, we've got enough money to take care of business and re-sign players next year. Although Scott might want to do it a different way, we'll see. But I did a stream earlier this week to talk about it, and we also did a mock draft as well. And we covered that week's games and the post game from the Falcons game. So, in case you missed that, go check out that VOD. If you guys would like, I will quickly go over that cap scenario for you guys just to recap it. But yeah, we could take a few minutes to do that if you guys want. Dimitrik says, same as Bengals game, but who knows any given Sunday. That's true, man. That's true. Any given Sunday, especially this year, man. It's been a wild year. Let me see. So, we got Tennessee beating Green Bay on Thursday. And I gotta say, Aaron Rodgers is not the problem here. It's that Green Bay offensive line. And it's interesting to see that this is yet another game that Green Bay could have won. But we're not here to talk about Green Bay. Because they are eliminated from the playoffs pretty much. Now, we, on the other hand, are still very much in it. We are 2 games behind the leaders of the division, 1 game behind. Actually, 1 game behind everybody, but tied up for 3rd place with the Saints. That's what it is. There you go. So just making sure I got that correct. Yeah. Now, I am hearing reports that the Panthers are seriously considering Steve Wilks for official head coach of the Carolina Panthers, taking that interim tag off. I got one thing to say to that. Yes, sir. You're making a wise decision. Because if you look at what Wilks has done so far, the results speak for themselves, man. Honestly. They really do. I mean, if you go down the checkerboard, and I mean, we don't even have to do that. We really don't. But Steve Wilks is checking the boxes just one by one on what we need as a head coach right now. And I don't think there's very many that can argue with that, unless they're just haters, you know? And you're always going to have those haters out there in the fan base, but that's just who these people are. But the majority of the fan base agrees that Wilks is the right man for the job. So, what does that mean for our organization going forward? If he gets the permanent head job, that means we are going to be looking at not 1, but 2, but 3 consecutive winning seasons under Steve Wilks once he gets this roster under control and the cap situation under control with Scott Fitterer. Drafting the right players, bringing in the right players to fit the system, getting this offense in gear, you know, and adding depth. It even, Shaq himself said it this week. He said this is beginning to look like the old school Panthers, man. I could not agree more, man. I could not agree more. We're about 1/4 of the way there, honestly, talent-wise. When you compare it to 2015, you know, we've got a lot of the players at critical positions, at starters, right now, taking 1 reps, and I can't argue with that. You know, I really do believe we're on the track to get there. We got a little work to do still, but Steve Wilks is the man for the job, and he's shout out to Lock Poppy, my mod over here on YouTube. What's going on, man? So shout out to Dan Wolf as well. Ravens fan here. Good luck. I hope we win tomorrow. Soundly, hopefully. Yeah, man. Best of luck to your Ravens, but, you know, best of luck to the right team for the job, too, you know, to win on Sunday. You know, I got to root for my Panthers, but I got full-on respect for what the Ravens have built. I got full-on respect for what Lamar Jackson is doing over there, and it's effective, man. It's a very, very effective offense. Matter of fact, I was in the press conference chat with a few people, and one of them happened to be a Ravens fan there. I don't know if it was you or not, but you know, Shout out to Y Big Jordan, Nemo, Aaron Butler, and Cameron Peterson. We were talking specifically about LaVisca. And we'll get to him in a second, but I just want to read this chat kind of before we get into that. Well, not necessarily shout out to the Ravens, but shout out to the people that were in that conversation as well, too. You know, Lock Poppy says Jeremy Chin is back. That's the second topic I wanted to talk about tonight. Major topic after Steve Wilkes. So, yes, we're going to need Jeremy Chin for this one. And I'll explain why in a little bit. For real, Lamar was a 32 pick last quarterback in the draft, basically, and boy, did he show everybody that was a mistake. So, shout out to the Ravens. Yeah, for sure, man. For sure. Also, so in that conversation I had about LaVisca, we also, and I believe it was either the Wednesday or Thursday press conference, but I'm not sure which. But I'm really glad I joined this because they mentioned that Lamar is more of a pocket passer than a runner now. And his accuracy has gotten better. Which I don't dispute that after watching him for a little bit. I just never really noticed it until somebody pointed that out that was a Ravens fan. So, I forget which one of them it was that pointed it out, but shout out to whoever that was out of the four of them. And getting to LaVisca, everybody's pretty much agreed that LaVisca's value is now a fifth rounder. We got him for a 6th and a 7th, but now, after his use on the field and what he's been doing, he's now valued at a 5. And a number 5, 5th round pick. So, that being said, you'll understand why that's relevant in a minute when I start discussing our cap room situation and kind of replaying that for everybody, in summary real quick to talk about that. But, welcome on in to all the Baltimore fans. Welcome on in to all the fans of everybody around the league. We welcome everybody, man. It's a family up in here, man. So thank you for stopping by, Dan. Appreciate it. And much love to you. Much love to your Ravens when we're not playing you guys. And much respect to your Ravens when we're not playing you guys. But on game day, man, we got to get crunk, man. We got to get focused on our Panthers first. So, no disrespect to anybody, man, but whenever we're playing a team, it's always Panthers first up in here, man. That's how it is. That's how we roll. But I do give my flowers and I do give my respect to all the teams, and the successes that they've had, individual and as a unit. So, we'll get to Jeremy Chin first, and then we'll quickly review the cap situation here and my solution for it. So, Jeremy Chin, why this is going to be important is the fact that Dante Jackson is out for the year. That's what I'm hearing. So with Dante out, that means C.J. Henderson is going to be in opposite of Joe Horn. So because of Horn being on one side and C.J. being on the other, C.J. has had known coverage issues. Okay, this has been proven over tape over many, many games. There's at least a half dozen of these coaches that know it, that have played us or are about to play us. Uh, and four out of those have actually taken advantage of it. Quite well, in fact. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to put Jeremy Chin over there, and I want Jeremy Chin over with CJ. Oh, Joe Horn, my bad. JC Horn. Thank you. Appreciate you, Lock Poppy. It's been a long week, and I've been dealing with a lot. So, bear with me, y'all. Not every issue I deal with is on Facebook or YouTube. You know what I mean? But, we have tested out Keith Taylor. That's the thing. Keith Taylor has the same issues. He's got coverage issues. And he's gotten burnt more than CJ has. That's the problem there. So, what I want is, either way, I want Jeremy Chin on that side of the field. Just 85% of the time, I want Jeremy Chin sitting over there, ready to go. In case either Keith Taylor or CJ has trouble, Chin needs to be right there to back him up. I don't know what type of coverages we're going to be running. I don't know what type of situations we're going to run into. All I know is I want Chin over there. Because if we put in Keith Taylor for 75% of this game, he's going to get burnt crispy. They're going to be enjoying Keith Taylor for Thanksgiving dinner instead of a turkey. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's how much this man's got burnt. So, Xavier Woods with JC Horn, yes. And the reason I say that is because, for the most part, Horn can take care of himself. That's why I don't mind Woods, going and shifting around the field a little bit. That'll free Woods up a little bit to do what he does. But Chin needs to stay 100% over there with Keith Taylor or CJ. Because we can't have any situation where either one of them gets burnt consistently, or we're going to be running into a lot of trouble. It's going to be a long day. And if Chin is not 100% out there, put Woods over there. To match up and be that safety net just in case. We can't afford it, guys. Wherever these wide receivers go on that side of the field, make sure that there is a safety over there. Okay? There's got to be. I want him shadowing him like a hawk. Because what's going to happen is, one of these two guys is going to get targeted a good 6 or 7 times over there. And if we don't have that safety help over the top, we're in trouble. Now, I'm not saying allow these short passes. You could break up some passes. CJ, I know you're capable of doing it. Keith, not so much, but or it could be flip-flopped. I'm not sure which. I'd have to check the numbers, but I think CJ has the advantage on that. Last I checked. Either way, let's try to break up some of these short passes and make them go long. And make them get the safeties engaged in these passing lanes, so we could stop them and not give up touchdowns, because Woods and Chin will sit in front of these long routes and break up some passes. We've seen it happen. All right. Second key to this game is going to be the defensive line. Again, the D-line has to win the battle in the trenches. They have to. Guys, they have to. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. They have to. And I'm not just talking about Derek Brown. I'm not just talking about Shaq on run stopping. I'm talking about the entire defensive line needs to step up and win the battle in the trenches. Man up, grow a backbone, and win the battle. I need to see this each and every game in order for us to have a shot at winning. Every team out there on our schedule knows that is our weakest point. That is our kryptonite. So let's turn that kryptonite into a weapon. Okay? And let's go after Superman with it, which is Lamar Jackson. Because here's the thing. I was checking into Lamar Jackson's numbers this year. Lo and behold, this man has 3 sacks a game. Derek, you know what to do. Brian Burns, you know what to do. This is your time. It's time to eat. And you know we got 4 sacks against Mariota last game, man. So you know we're ready. You know we're ready. YGM is having a rough year. And I don't know that he's got that much more talent in him. That's my question. Is like, how much more can he give us? Because the numbers are a little better than they were with Matt Rule, but not much. That's the thing. Since Matt Rule is gone, those numbers are a little bit higher under Wilkes, but not that much. That's what I was trying to say. I apologize. Use words tonight, man. Use words. I'm trying to hone in, y'all. It's a tough night. But yeah, I don't know that YGM has that much more of a ceiling than what he's showing us right now. Unless he could prove us wrong on that. And I'd love to see him do it. But right now, he's in that list of players that we're going to deal with the cap. You know, and it's a shame because I really do like the guy, and he did earn his starting spot. You know what I'm saying? But it's... I got one, dog. I got one. I appreciate you, though. Lot of Poppy looking out for me, man. I appreciate that. Much love to you. But yeah, unless YGM can push those boundaries, I don't see any reason why. And this is going to be rough for people to hear. But YGM is a competitor, and he earned his starting spot. You know, he played well. He's barely a starter. He's more of a second stringer, to be real with you. And I think that's the value we would get if we moved him. Now, I know there's going to be some players on this list that are going to frustrate some Panther fans, and I don't blame them. You know, but at the end of the day, this is business, and we got to do what we got to do. All right? So, let's quickly go over this, and I'll tell you what positions we need to draft because of this plan and what this is going to entail. Okay, so you are looking at this is purely for the off season after the season is over with and trading opens up, okay? I don't know what the date is on that when that trading opens back up again, but I would say it's probably near the draft. Am I correct about that? I don't know. Somebody can look that up and find out if you don't mind. Because every year I always try to find that date and I can never find it. I don't know why. But for some reason it just doesn't pop up in the results. But, yeah, here we go. We're going to start with Brian Burns here. Now, Brian Burns was offered we were offered 2 firsts by 2 different teams to trade Brian Burns. We turned them both down. Both of those were number 1 picks. Okay? This is the value of Brian Burns. Keep that in mind. Anyone on this list that we are not trading, that we feel has very little to... Because honestly, I don't see Burns as being worth 2 ones. But that's just me. That's a quarterback's value, in my opinion. Been saying it. The next one we're going to trade is Wilson, the middle linebacker. Now keep in mind, we're getting a linebacker anyway in this draft. We're getting one anyway. It doesn't matter. So we might as well replace Wilson. So I think the idea here is to get a middle linebacker when we draft for a linebacker. Again, we're not going to have much money to play around with after all of this, if any, at all. So, that being said, Wilson has not impressed me at all. In fact, he's barely involved in these games. He's been a run stopper, but that's been about it. I haven't seen him really make any pass coverage plays. I haven't seen him do really anything. He's just kind of been there. And that's not what we're looking for. We need somebody that's active. We need somebody that moves around and gets things done. Luvu's great on one side. Shaq is good on the other. We need a middle. And Damian Wilson is not it. With all due respect to Mr. Wilson, man, because I do like the guy. As a person, he's a great locker room influence. Good guy for the community as well. Awesome. But on the field, that's what we need improvement on. So, there are some good guys coming up to the draft that are linebackers that we could grab one. We'll have to do a little research on that, but I do like what I'm seeing so far out of the top 30. So yeah, Wilson will get traded. That's a middle linebacker position. So what you're going to do is you're going to fit both these corners, Thomas Oliver and Keith Taylor, in that trade. We're getting a corner a little bit, so I do know a little bit about him. Coverage issues, but tackling, excellent. So it's another one of those types. There's nothing wrong with that. It's just a question of, do you think he's better than Keith Taylor or Thomas Oliver? That's the question mark here. So, I don't know. But he fits our system. Oof. Alright. Alright, so basically what that package deal would look like is Wilson, Thomas Oliver, and Keith Taylor. Okay? So that's a 3-player package deal. You're going to get picks out of that. And you're going to have money freed up. Now, the next one you're going to move is LaVisca. And LaVisca is going to be the headliner of this trade. So it's going to be LaVisca, Nixon, and Roy. Both the defensive tackles. We're getting a defensive tackle in this draft as well. The question is where? Where are we getting one? And we'll discuss that later once we get into what draft picks we have versus what we have needs in, positional wise. But yes, that will be a 3-player trade right there. Roy by himself won't fetch you anything. Maybe a 6th. Nixon by himself probably won't fetch you but a 7th. But putting them both together, that could be a 5th. Okay, that's my goal here, is to try to get at least one pick for both of them. And I think it'll be worth it if we pick the right guy out of this draft. So those are your trade packages. Okay. Moving on, you got Tay Hayes that will be cut. Mosby that will be cut. Chandler Wooten will be cut. Coleman will be cut. Alright, so those 4 are cuts. And we're going to let Sean Taylor's contract run out. Because honestly, we don't need Chandler. He is... Well, y'all know how I feel about Sean Chandler, so I'm not even going to go there. I'm starting to sound like a broken record on that. Oh, we just cut Mosby today, actually? Ooh, okay. Did we get money back for that for this year and next year? Excellent. Let me dive into Cap Calculator and find out. Because I don't think it updated if it's today, right? I'm looking and I don't see them. Maybe it did go through today. Mosby, right? Mosby. I'm looking at the list. I'll be doggone if I don't see him. Alright, let me put this. We signed another linebacker though. Who'd we sign? I didn't get word on that. That's new news to me. Who'd we get? And for how much? Because whoever we just signed probably won't stick. I'm going to be real with you. Whoever it is probably better than Mosby is. I'm kind of looking through this list to see if I can see him. Okay, Mosby was worth $509K. out of the cap. Okay, so we cut him, right? That gave us 10.3. So out of that 10.3, we signed a new linebacker, and I'm waiting to hear what the name was for that. Joel Yembuwe. Okay. He's a third stringer. Okay. Gotcha. There he is. Signed him for half the cap number. Okay. We saved some money. Nice. Not bad. Drafted by the Bears in the 4th round. He's from Western Kentucky, 6'1", 230. Okay. I see. All right. Alright, so being that is the case, so when we cut Mosby, watch this 2023 number. This goes from 1.79 in the red for next year into positive territory. Yeah, down to about 923K in the red. So we're gaining money out of this for this year and cutting down that debt for 23. That's one of them on my list for cuts. So you've now signed a linebacker for about half of that money. Okay, so we're on the hook for 200K, something like that. So that's going to still go right over $1 million, barely, in the red for next year. Is what that's going to look like after that move. So good. Right, so I said Chandler Wooten, I said Tay Hayes, and I said Coleman will be cut. Those are the 3 will be gone. Now what we're going to do here is we're going to have about 28.6. This is before Mosby got cut. Okay, this was my proposed plan. 28.6. You subtract 10 million for rookie contracts, which will be about 17.7. Subtract another 7 to 8 million for injuries during the regular season, and ability to move around players, such as we're doing right now with this linebacker during the regular season. So total all that up, that's about $10.7 million. Now, what are we going to do with that $10 million? That goes into re-signing players. Now, for a few of these players, it's going to be long-term deals because J.J. Jensen, P.J. Walker, Richie, and Burris, we can all do those for 1 year for $1 million each. Under $1 million each. safely. Richie, we are paying fullback money pricing on. Not tight end money, fullback money. There's a big difference. If you're paying Richie for tight end money, it's going to go over $1 million. But if you're paying him fullback money, it's going to be under $1 million. And let me show you exactly how much they actually are paying this man right now. There's J.J. Jensen with your $1 million. Like I said, Damian Wilson, $2.2 million here. Now, the number you want to pay attention to is that dead money needs to be better than that bottom number, which is the cap savings. It needs to be lower and healthier. Right now, when I did this, these guys in 23 were not eating more dead money than we were saving and moving to our roster here. So, realistically, we are paying Richie. Let me find out Richie. Richie was trying to find him on the list. Hold on. I actually don't see him. Oh, there he is. There he is. There he is. $825K. See, now that $825K as compared to a tight end's numbers is fullback money. That's fullback pricing. And even technically our fullback. However, he's going out for passes, which is really, really strange. So, realistically, I'm not sure what we're really doing with him. I don't think anyone really knows, to be honest. But it is the important thing here is the money, though. If we can keep that contract under $1 million, we're good. We're golden. Because that'll help us to be able to sign the rest of these guys. Now, here's where you start getting into the bigger deals. You look at Cameron Irving. We're going to have to re-sign him. The amount of offensive line depth that we're going to be losing in 23 before the season even starts. It's going to be tough, man. It's going to be tough. We got to have Cameron Irving. I know people are not going to want to hear that because there's a lot of anti-Cameron Irving people out there. But people just please listen to what I'm saying. If you can find somebody better than Cameron Irving for not as much money as we are paying him right now, please do suggest a player. Okay? Please do. We'll look at him. But right now, as far as I'm concerned, Cameron Irving is a solid second stringer. And I'm willing to do a 2-year deal, $3.5 million for the first year of that contract. If I'm a GM. I'm willing to do that. No more than 2 years, though. Because if you push 2 years, we should have that problem solved at that position on the offensive line by then, in depth. As far as trying to find a better guy for him in the draft or free agency. We should be able to do that. Hartsfield. I want a 3-year deal with Hartsfield. starting at $1 million on the first year. Now, as that contract goes along, you're to be paying him a little bit more and a little bit more and a little bit more. And that last year of the contract, usually how that works is these guys get a big payday on that last year of the contract. Typically, that's how it works. The NFL is that's how that works. Typically. So yeah, you start out Hartsfield on that $1 million deal, or just under it, and then have him push those numbers up, and let Burris. I want a $1 million 1-year deal on him. That's the deal here, man, because we gotta have Burris. We're about to lose 3 safeties in this whole nonsense. Chandler, Burris, and Hartsfield. So you got to take Chandler out of the equation. He's got to go. Chandler's got to go. I want no part of that man on our safety squad anymore. I've made that very, very clear. So that leaves Hartsfield and Burris. And like I said, Hartsfield, I'm willing to do the 3-year deal. Burris, I'm willing to do a $1 million deal. There's a lot of people bashing Burris as well. And Hartsfield a little bit equally. So important ones we gotta have. I was informed that Bozeman actually took a pay cut to sign with us for this year on a 1-year deal. He turned down another team's deal that was paying him more money. And I'm like, now why would that be? And then I figured it out. Corbett. Because he and Corbett have worked together during that Rams Super Bowl squad. And as soon as we signed Corbett, that's when he said, nope, I'm taking a pay cut. I'm joining Corbett down here, man. Carolina's my landing zone. Now my question is, will he take another pay cut in a 3-year deal to stay here if we try to extend him? Will he? That's the question. You know, because we have Corbett locked up on a contract. You know, he's good through 24, I think. So, with Corbett good through 24, Bozeman might be inclined to stay here and take that pay cut, just like he did to get the 1-year deal here. So, I'm wondering about that, man. I'm wondering if we could do that again. And I guarantee you, Scott's thinking the same thing right now. He's saying, what if we could do this again? So, yeah. He's going to want $3 million. You know, or roundabout of that, because right now the 1-year deal is almost up to $3 million just for 1 year. Now, if you're signing them to a long-term deal, you can kind of cut that number a little bit down. You know, but eventually you have to pay him in the 3rd year. He's getting a big payday then. Like $3 or $4 million. That's just a guess. You know, this is not my area of expertise, but that's just a guess on what I think he might get paid. This is a Super Bowl winner. He's got a ring. Yeah, he's going to be worth a lot. He's not going to be cheap to keep on this roster. And we don't have a Josh Norman situation where the agent got to the player and asked for a bunch more money. So we got lucky. You know, we got really, really lucky with Bozeman. I think he's got a good agent. So that's great, man. That's really great. Because we need him, otherwise we're stuck with Pat F1. And that ain't going to cut it. Mr. Fumbles a lot. Yikes! No. No, 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 no. We ain't stuck with that through 23. No, sir. And we don't have the money to go out and buy a center. So we got to sign this dude to a 3-year deal. We got to have Bozeman. I think that'll be the center of the circus when we're trying to re-sign players this year. It'll go under the radar, but it'll be the center of the list for sure. The one everybody's going to be talking about when it comes to our team getting re-signed is going to be Foreman, the running back. Now, I want a 3-year deal with him, $1 million in the first year. That's what I want. I don't know if that's realistic or not. Again, contracts are not my forte. This is not my niche. Okay? So, I could be way off when it comes to contracts. Bozeman is our next Khalil. Correct. That is absolutely correct. And when you talk about Bozeman being the next Khalil, if you think back at Ryan Khalil being our center, he was the anchor of our whole entire line. Communicator, kind of like an Army general of that offensive line. He knew where everybody was supposed to be. He positioned everybody where they were supposed to be in each gap, and he made sure these guys did not miss their mark. They got the job done on every play. I mean, Ryan Khalil did not get the attention and respect that he deserved. I personally thought he was top 3 centers in the entire league during the time that he played. That's my personal opinion. Other people have different opinions. You got Jason Kelce out there nowadays, the brother of Travis Kelce, who's really, really good. I consider him top 5 as well. If not top 3. But, same type of deal, man. These guys are really, really instrumental to the offensive line. And if you don't have them, and you're stuck with a Pat F1 who's basically a second stringer or an average guy, you're in trouble. You got no communication. You got undisciplined offensive linemen that don't know where they're supposed to go. And their technique suffers as well. Their footwork suffers. I mean, it's a huge domino effect. So when we found our guy Bozeman here from the Rams Super Bowl squad, I mean, having him on the bench during Matt Rule was hugely detrimental compared to having him on our offensive line now, where he's got that chemistry with Corbett, who is also on that Super Bowl squad. Right next to him at right guard. So putting those two together is instrumental to making this offense run. And I will never understand why Matt Rule decided that Bozeman was supposed to sit at second string. I don't get it. It baffled me to no end. It absolutely baffled me. You don't pay Bozeman that kind of money to sit on the bench. I'm sorry, you just don't do that. I mean, what kind of a coach does that? And this is what we get if Bozeman walks. Folks, this is what we get. We revert back to that. To Pat F1. And no communication. We got penalties galore. We got, God, you name it, issues on the offensive line. So, yes, You have no idea how right you are with that comment, Lock Poppy. Bozeman is our next Ryan Khalil. That is absolutely correct. I do not think Steve will put F-Line back out there. Funny thing is, I think if Rule were still here, he would put F-Line back out there. Yes, sir, he would. Yes, I completely agree with that statement. I completely agree. That's exactly what would happen. Jeremy says in chat, I think there may be some pay cuts due to the economy. Not when it comes to the NFL, because it's inflation within the NFL when it comes to contracts. It's always been inflation. I mean, look at the quarterback contracts that you got out there today. It's just outrageous compared to what they were back in the early 2000s. These guys are making like, God, man. It's like Bill Gates type money. It's ridiculous, dude. It's yachts on the Caribbean type money nowadays. These guys have like 5 different mansions, 15 different cars. I mean, it's just, God, it's like Jay Leno type money. So, yeah, it's inflation with the NFL. It always has been. Yes, COVID did cut that down a little bit, but not that much. And with those pay cuts, some rearranging. Inflation takes hold in the NFL when it comes to cap room, and it does hurt the cap each year. It depends on what every team makes off of ticket sales, food sales, the whole 9 yards. You know, all their income put together as an average for the entire league, and then they start issuing out what the overall cap is for the entire league. That's how I understand that's how that works. Correct me if I'm wrong. Somebody in chat, correct me if I'm wrong on that, please. But that's how I understand it, is how that works. And that's your cap space. That's how much you have to work with. Again, I could be wrong about that. I'll have to double check how that works. But I think so. I remember that being the case in baseball, but I'm not 100% sure that's the case in the NFL. So, someone double check that, do your homework, and let me know. But, yeah, because of the cap room, you do have to let players go. And that's why we've got an issue right now, because we're looking at red numbers for next year. And that's why I did all that work on that Monday stream. No, it was a Wednesday stream. That's right, a Wednesday stream. Because it was the first press conference that we had. First practice day. I don't even remember which day it was this week, but I did one. And I came up with this. So, just bear with me. So with all those signings, if you manage to sign them all, then what you're looking at is basically nothing in free agency to work with. You'd have $7 to $8 million left in cap space left over, which would be used for the regular season injuries. Like I said earlier. And with that 7 to 8 million, you have to sign an entire 90-man roster for the training camp, and it's just, oh man, I don't even know if it's possible to do that. To be real with you, we may have to let another person go, And if you're running the show here and you're Scott Fitter, it cannot be Bozeman. Okay? It just simply cannot be Bozeman. He needs to get re-signed. That is priority. Above everything else, Bozeman is priority. I think honestly, Cam Irving would be next because of the value that Cam Irving has, the trade value he has. He would be next. Then next priority, you got Hartsfield or Burris. Which one do you want? Which one out of the two do you want? And for me, it's got to be Hartsfield. You know, on a 3-year deal. If you can get Burris, get Burris. If you can't, you can't. That's $1 million back in our bank. You know, we can use later on. And you'd have the same amount that we have right now, which is $9 million. Either way, you're going to have to go and draft a safety to replace Sean Chandler. That is a must. So, it doesn't matter where in the draft that you get this safety as long as it's above 5th round. Alright, so that means our positions that we are going to draft are going to be quarterback, linebacker, corner, left guard, defensive end, wide receiver, and defensive tackle. Those are the ones that we have to focus on this year. Wide receiver to me can wait. I think corner could possibly wait as well. Because we're not losing J.C. Horner, we're not losing Dante. So, that means corner can possibly wait as well. And I would replace corner with defensive tackle on that list. So you got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 different positions, which happens to be the same amount of draft picks that we have. There you go. So, positionally, where do we look for these? Okay, quarterback. Obviously, you're going to look in the first 2 rounds. No question about that. Excuse me. If you need a quarterback that is going to be the next face of your franchise, 1st or 2nd round. When you're looking at left guard, same thing, 1st or 2nd round. If you want the top quality guys that are going to last more than 5 years in the league. Otherwise, you're average Joe on your offensive line that doesn't last 5 years in his career, gets cut short, and he gets forgotten about. No, we've got Taylor Moton, who's a Pro Bowler. We've got Bozeman, that's a Pro Bowler. We've got Corbett, that's a Pro Bowler. Ickey's going to become a Pro Bowler. And Brady Christensen, who we just got a year ago. So, frankly, who knows if he's capable of becoming a Pro Bowler or not? Probably not. But, is he the right man for the job right now? Absolutely. I have full faith in Brady Christensen right now, but he's got to cut down on those penalties. So, after that, it's depth. Okay? This is why this is critical. We've had so many injuries on that offensive line over the past 7 to 8 years that we cannot afford to lose any of these depth players on this offensive line. It's that critical at this point. Michael Jordan can go. I'm not impressed by Michael Jordan. We're going to be getting a left guard anyway. So, in that case, that is the position I am targeting as our most important on the offensive line right now, besides Bozeman himself. If you lose Bozeman, you got to get a center. You got to get a center in the draft. That's another draft position that we don't need to be spending money on. You know, for a rookie contract. We should not have to do that. As long as we get Bozeman signed for cheaper, you know, and on a 3-year deal. I want him to stay here. I don't want him to go anywhere. I know y'all feel the same way. I don't want that man going anywhere. Not when we got Corbett. No, we got to have him. Alright, so as it stands with this plan right now, you're looking at quarterback, because clearly we need a quarterback situation figured out. We had scouts at the Kentucky-Georgia game today. So, obviously, we're looking at the Kentucky quarterback. But I have another player in there in that game that I think we're eyeballing. But I'm not going to say who, because I don't want to draw attention to him. It's too early. It's far too early. I don't want the attention to be drawn to this man until draft day. Until everybody's set their boards and we already know who we're going after. You know what I mean? So, realistically, day of the draft, pay attention. Because I'm going to say the name. But before that, no. Keep it on the down low. Down low. Down low. We ain't saying the guy's name. But if you pay attention to these rookie boards, these draft classes, and these positions that we need, you already know who we're looking at. You probably got a pretty good idea. But I've given you 2 or 3 clues here. That's all I'm giving you. Because I know some of these NFL scouts from other teams watch these channels, man. I'm telling y'all, I know they do. I'm not giving y'all no more clues. So y'all better stop hunting for them on this channel, because you're not getting them. I don't do that mess down here, man. We don't do that here. We don't give away tips. Alright, so first and second round will look probably like this. Left guard, quarterback, possibly a defensive end or a defensive tackle. Because that's traditionally where we've gone in the first 2 rounds. But you never know. You never know. We could pull a Luke Kuechly year out where we grab Luke Kuechly or something like that. That type of linebacker out of the draft too. You don't know. So there's a lot of options in these first 3 rounds. But for the most part, I would say quarterback and left guard. I would go that direction. Because once these guys are gone, they're gone. You're not getting another shot. That's always how it's been. 3rd round, you're looking at a linebacker. 4th round, corner, if we want to go that direction. If not, defensive end. And I think defensive end trumps corner at this point in time because of the depth right now. Uh, as far as starters, when it comes to corners, we're good. So we would be looking at depth. We would be looking for our number 3 corner at this point. That's why I say that defensive end spot has to go above that. And while we're talking about defensive ends with this plan, you're also talking about trading Gross Matos. You're also talking about that in this offseason. So he would be included in these package deals somewhere. I'm not sure where yet. It would be tough to place him in any of them. You know what I'm saying? Like, maybe in the Wilson trade package. That's what I'm thinking. Because you got a middle linebacker, you got 2 corners in that trade already. So maybe a defensive end would fit in that trade package. You never know, man. 4 players, though, it's a bit much. You know? So I'd probably be like, I would split up the corners, 1 in each package deal. And have like Damian Wilson and Keith Taylor. And then you would have Gross Matos and Thomas Oliver in a separate trade package. I mean, that's how we got to work this, man. We got to, as soon as trading comes back on, we got to flip the switch and start answering phone calls. Start making some phone calls, too. That's what I think we got to do. Fifth round is whatever you did not pick up in the first 4 out of these positions. Like I said, corner and wide receiver can wait. Because I do like our wide receiver core right now. And we could probably pick up a wide receiver for cheap. Corner would probably be my 5th round choice. Because of whoever's left at the corner position, we'd probably be looking at those options. Although, with the lack of good corners in that position this draft class, probably 3rd or 4th round is where we want to look. If you want to get a good quality one. That would be a number 3 type corner. So, it's tough, man. It's really tough. You got to rearrange these positions as you go along with cuts and trades and who gets signed versus who doesn't get signed. You know, but that's roughly what we're looking at, folks. It's a big picture type deal, and whatever gaps we don't fill this year, we're going to be filling next year. But honestly, this is the only way we're going to be able to balance out the books without getting into trouble. Will we be going over the number a little bit? Probably by about $2 to $3 million, to where you're looking at like $4 million left over in cap or something like that. You know, at the end of this. You know, with contracts and people asking for more money than they should be asking for, you know, type deal. And maybe some of these guys take pay cuts, you know, to make these deals work. Who knows? I'm not an expert on that stuff, like I said, but it's going to fluctuate within $10 billion. It always does. That I can tell you. And I can't tell you what type of average we're looking at or what that number usually lands on in range-wise. So, I don't like it, but it is what it is. Now, there's also the thing of money being pushed from this year into next year that we don't use. That is also a thing too. Rollover. So I don't know how exactly that works. somebody that's an expert in this, in contracts and money and stuff like that, in deals with these agents, I would love to hear from you. You know, maybe we could all learn some stuff. You know, I did do a stream with the one guy, and I've been trying to. I haven't tried to get in touch with him recently, but I'm gonna try to reach out again and see if we can do a stream and see if we can make that happen for the off season before we start making moves. I'd like to see that happen. That'll probably happen in early February before we go on our month-long hiatus, you know, before draft prep, you know. So that's how that works at the moment. Looking at the Baltimore Ravens game, let's go back into this. The Baltimore depth chart. We'll get into the Baltimore depth chart in a minute. We're looking at ours first, since we're familiar with it. Let's go. Now let me tell you something. With the cap situation and the ideas I just presented, if we lose Bozeman, we're looking at Cade Mays as our center. And Pat Eflin is not on this list right now. He's either hurt or he's on the IR. Can somebody confirm that? Because I'm not seeing him in the depth chart. And I don't like that. So, I'm not sure what happened to him. But, yeah, here's the thing. If we, and Cade Mays is not ready, man. He's not ready. Clearly not ready. After a year, I don't know. I need to see him in action before I can determine whether he is ready or not. But he's not going to be center material. He's going to be right guard material. Backup right guard. And that's exactly where he should be. Alright, with the wide receiver core, and this is why I say I'm not worried. Because you got DJ, you got TMJ, you got Shi Smith, LaVisca, and Higgins. Now, if we move LaVisca, you know, you're asking Higgins to take a little bit of a bigger role. So you got 4 really good wide receivers here. I mean, and we draft one late rounds, and we just have a guy like Shi Smith, you know, filling out that wide receiver core. Not an issue, you know. So this is kind of to give you an idea of what this roster would look like if we lose any of these guys. Okay, if Foreman walks and doesn't re-sign with us, Chuba becomes the number 1 running back. Blackshear would be number 2. We would need another running back. We're letting Baker walk. We're letting Sam walk. As far as I'm concerned, you could try to trade Baker. But I don't know how much it would be worth now. But, according to the cap space, it would hurt us. Let me show you what I mean. And people were talking about trade Dante. Okay, well, look at the cap savings. $10 million if we move him this year in the red. We lose money, folks. You look again, Dante Jackson, when it comes to 2023 starting out next year, you're only getting 2.2 back as opposed to $12 million of dead money. I mean, this is... Come on, man. Please don't suggest that again. Please don't. I don't know what y'all are talking about sometimes, man. And if you try to move Baker Mayfield this year, you get $0 back out of cap savings. $0. You're looking at $4.8 million of dead money. Money that does not come back to us, that goes straight to him or is just dead in the water. Goes nowhere else. It's just floating out there, man. That ain't it, man. You can't move Sam Darnold this year either. You only get $273K back. That's it. $273K for this year. $18.5 million in dead money if you try to move him this year. Not going to happen. Next year. Sam is on that free agent list. So is Baker. Now, PJ, you can easily sign for a 1-year deal. Not a problem. But there he is, Sam Darnold on the free agent list. As I said. These are the players that they wanted moved. There was also talk of Shaq. Okay? Shaq, if you moved him next year, yes, you could get 13.1 in cap savings, but you would also have 11.2 in dead money. Shaq this year, if you try to move him this year, but before the end of the year, you know, before that trade deadline, you're looking at eating 9.3, might as well call that $9.4 million in dead money, you know, as a loss out of our cap savings. 9.4 in the red. And 22.5 in dead money. Is that something y'all want to do? Because I don't. Yikes. None of those solutions work, folks. And this is what people are missing, man. People are all just like, oh, move this person, move that person, move this person, move that person. But they don't check the cap numbers, man. They don't check this stuff. There's only maybe a handful of Panthers fans out there that really know what they're doing, that really do the research on this stuff, and are like, wait a minute. You can't do that. These are the consequences for doing that. This isn't Madden. Guys, check yourselves. For real. And I'll be the first YouTuber to say that, man. Check yourselves. Check yourselves and do the math, man. It don't add up. Alright, there were people that wanted to trade DJ. Okay, DJ, for example. Say you wanted to move DJ. Let's just say you do. Don't know that at all. But here's what you would be looking at. 35.5 in the red. You're taking a cap hit of 35.5 this year. in the red. We can't do that, guys. Come on, use your brains. And there's also 41.6 that goes in dead money. $41.6 million in dead money. I mean, this is just brainless stuff right here. It's not brain surgery. You can figure this out. It's not rocket science. Okay? All you got to do is look up the numbers. DJ, if you try to move him next year, $10.6 million in the red. Cap hit. Not cap savings, cap hit. 35.7 in dead money. If you were to move DJ in either of these 2 years. I mean, this is over the cap numbers right now. This is not a fluke. This is not a joke. This is real. Y'all are seeing these numbers real time. And on my stream. Real time. I don't understand some of y'all, man. I don't get it. All you're thinking about is, oh, let's move a big player. Let's get draft picks. It's not just that. It's not just about the picks. The money's got to line up. The system that the players go into has to line up. You know, the agents have to get together with the GMs and make sure that they're on the same page money-wise when it comes to the contracts. So it's more than just trading a player just to get picks. It's way more than that. And y'all need to do your research. Don't just sit there and act like you know everything and be a couch GM. Okay, look at everything. Everything. Every angle. Before you start spouting out stuff like that on Facebook group pages. I mean, do your research. These numbers are legitimate. These are real. I'm not making them up. I'm not pulling these out of my butt. These are real numbers. I don't understand how people don't see this. Anyway, man, it's just all over the place on social media. I'm just like, come on, man. Think, please. Alright, so I'm trying to think if there's any other. Oh. I did Pro Bowl voting the other day. And Dante Jackson was not on the list to be voted for. And I thought, that's strange. You know? That's very, very strange. For a man that's been shutting down wide receivers all year, that's actually bizarre. You had J.C. Horn on there. Obviously, you had Shaq. You had all your basic ones, you know. Let me tell you what 3 players were not on the list to vote for. And these names are going to shock you. One of them you've already heard. Okay? The second one is Jeremy Chin was not on that list. Nowhere on that list was Jeremy Chin at all. You could not vote for him in the safety position. I was like, what? How y'all gonna have Hartsfield, but you're not gonna have Jeremy Chin? Y'all gonna have Woods, but you're not gonna have Jeremy Chin. I'll take things that don't make any sense for 500, Alex. This is about how this year's been. Realistically, this is how this year has been. And I'm not bluffing either. Go on there and check. Check for yourselves. It's not on there. I'm like, what? How? The man's not been on IR for the entire year. He's only been on IR for like a number of weeks. But you put him back out there, and he's a freaking butt monster, man. Jeremy Chin's a monster. For the little bit of time that he was out there, heck yeah, he would have gotten my vote. Unequivocally, he would have gotten my vote. And Dante would too. Dante's been putting in the work too. I don't understand why either one of those two names were not on that Pro Bowl list to vote on. That baffles me, man. And then, to make matters worse, okay, when it comes to the Pro Bowl voting, guess whose quarterback name I saw on that list? If any of y'all did Pro Bowl voting, don't spoil it. Because I'll give you a hint. PJ was not on there. Neither was Sam Darnold. Matt Corral's been out all year. Take a wild guess which quarterback we got left. Yes, it was in fact Baker. His name was on that list in the Pro Bowl voting. And for the most part, you're looking at Baker's numbers during the Matt Rule era. That does not earn a Pro Bowl vote from me. I'm sorry. No. 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 The idea of that is laughable. It is laughable at best. Good Lord Almighty. The only time I really took Baker Mayfield's playing ability seriously this year and actually gave him credit for it was during the Bengals game in the second half. Because that's when you had a better offensive line, you had Wilkes in control, you had everything straightened out. And Baker put up 21 points with this offense during the Bengals' second half of that game. That was after we just absolutely stunk up a storm during the first half. And that's putting it lightly. Baker comes in and puts up 21 points. Maybe it was second stringers, maybe it was third stringers, maybe it was a few starters. Who knows? But he actually roasted some people, man. And that, to me, I give him credit for that. Okay? Whatever starters he did roast, I give him credit for that. During that 21-point run. But before that game, no. No. Okay? That was the Matt Rule era. When he was starting games. When he was playing. I'm not giving him a Pro Bowl vote for that. No, sir. No. No. He has to earn it under the Wilkes era for me. If he wants a vote for me, he's got to earn it under Wilkes. Now, I liked what I saw in that Bengals game, but he's got to show it again. And he's got to show it against the Ravens, which this is a tough Ravens defensive unit here, man. You're not dealing with a bunch of cream puffs like you were in that Cincinnati second half. No, this is real talk. This is going to be starters for the Baltimore Ravens. These guys are huge on pass rushing. They have a history of that. And they continue to have a history of that. They also have a very good history of coverage and tackling. But the biggest one is turnovers. Turnover creation caused by the Baltimore secondary. So we really, really need to be very cautious about that. And Baker is like the king of turnovers when it comes to interceptions so far on our quarterback crew. I don't like that. That's a recipe for disaster. If you're trying to win this game, that's a recipe for bad things. And I don't know if anybody's really said that, but I will. I'll gladly say it. Because it needs to be said. People need to pay attention to the small, fine details. Because that's what, in a lot of cases, either gives you wins or losses. And in this particular case, let me bring up this Baltimore depth chart. Baltimore depth chart. Alright. And we're focused primarily on this defense right at the moment, okay? We're not even looking at the Baltimore offense right now. We're looking straight up at the defense. Alright, so you got Justin up here at defensive tackle. That's a dangerous one for pass rushing. Roquan Smith as well. You know, I'm seeing Marcus Peters is a very tough guy to get around to. You know, these guys are no joke, man. Especially Roquan Smith. Keep that ball as far away from Roquan Smith as you can. Let me show y'all something. This dude is 6'1", 236 from Georgia. Okay, 5 years in the league. He's already got 2.5 sacks and 2 picks. Already. 46 solo tackles. He had a sack against the Patriots. He had a sack against the Commodores. And he's had 2 pass deflections so far. One in the Patriots game, one in the Houston Texans game. And also one in the Niners game to start the season. So that's 3. He had a half a sack during the Niners game. Excuse me. With him, you don't necessarily have to worry about forced fumbles. But here's the interception numbers. Okay, look at this. You got 2 per season, realistically. Average. So, it's critical to keep this guy away from situations where Baker might throw a pick. Thus far, he's already got 2. So everybody's going to be going, oh, well, we're going to sleep on him as far as picks, you know, and nah, he ain't going to get no more. Okay. How about those 7 pass deflections in 2020? How about those 5 pass deflections in 2018? Don't ignore this dude, man. I'm telling you. If you want to win this game, do not ignore this dude. Do not sleep on this dude. Or it will be to your detriment. He's got 374 solo tackles out of 612. Okay? 16 and a half sacks for his career. And 19 pass deflections for his career. 7 picks for his career. Do not let this man out of your sight. I've been watching his career very closely. And somebody like that, man, you always want to watch. Because eventually you're going to be dealing with somebody like that. Now, Marcus Peters. Let me tell you all about Marcus Peters. 6'0", 197. from Washington. He's already got a sack, a forced fumble, and a pick this year. Just in the short amount of plays that he has been on the field. And excuse the yawns. I'm trying to power through it, but he started week 2 against the Dolphins. And these are the numbers thus far. You know, his best game was against the Bengals with 5 total tackles, solo tackles, by the way. 1 sack and a pass deflection against the Bengals. This is the guy that we should be taking seriously right here. Those numbers alone should tell you that. Don't sleep on this dude. Now, you look at a career. Sacks-wise, that's not really his column. You know? But when you look at pass deflections, look at this. That's where I want people to start paying attention. He kind of tapered off in 18 and 19, but 17, 18, and 19, he tapered off. But you look at the numbers that he was putting up early on. That's 91 pass deflections for his career. Dude's still going. The next number I want y'all to pay attention to. 32 interceptions for his career. Okay, 32. Now, if you'll notice, in 2020, he had 4. Now, he has lost a little bit of steam, but he's still cranking out those pass deflections, though, because you got to watch out for those, man. Because he had 10 last year. Thus far, he only has 1. 1 interception. So, watch yourself. Keep that ball away from him. Okay? Again, this is Marcus Peters we're talking about here. Marcus Peters. Mark it down. If that ball is anywhere near Marcus Peters, that's trouble. That is deep trouble waters right there. Alright, and this dude has thus far 17 solo tackles out of 23. And a sack. So, that pass deflection number is looking real low for this year. It's only 5 so far. That's the other issue I've got with this game coming up with him. That number is looking real small right now. He's due. And I would not want to be one of the wide receivers that he gets deflected on. Real talk, man. Real talk. You don't want that. That's bad news. He did most of his damage in KC, though. As you can see in 15 and 16. But that's still scary, man. And I also want to point out this number. 53 solo tackles out of 60 in 2015. Early on in his career. 8 picks, 1 forced fumble. That's a year right there, man. But in 2022, excuse me. Notice that he's got a forced fumble and a fumble recovery already. And he's not known for those numbers either. 2017 and 2020, he had 4 forced fumbles in both of those years. So this is a dude you do not want to taper with and mess with out there. You don't want to toy with him. You don't want to sleep on him. Alright? So any wide receiver that is matched up against him, that's not going to end well for you. Okay? It's not. It's just not. Especially in short and medium range passes. That gives him all the more chance to get a pass deflection. And it's risky, man. It's risky. Shout out to Rashawn Bradham. Shout out to my man Jeremy. He's been in the chat a few times. Appreciate you. So we're gonna go back into this depth chart. And we're gonna look at man. I'm really tired tonight, y'all. I'm sorry. Let me get this Mountain Dew going so I can focus up. I'm telling you, some days this is my lifeblood. Oh, everybody that's addicted to that stuff, man, they know. And they got busy schedules, man. They know. All them energy drinks, man. It's bad for you, but for some of these people that are just on the go, you know, it's what some of these people live off of. You know what I mean? But let's take a look at Marlon Humphrey. Marlon Humphrey, the corner, 6'0", 205 pounds from Alabama. 23 solo tackles, 1 sack, 2 interceptions thus far this year. Now, he's been in the league for 6 years. He is steadily getting 1 pass deflection per game. Patriots, Bills, Giants, Buccaneers, Saints. All of those are very, very dangerous teams that he's got a pass deflection on. Be aware that we cannot let this dude get one on us. Alright? Do not let that happen. Now, for the most part, this dude is a deep ball type corner. Like, he'll shut you down on deep balls. But he's also got a sack against the Saints. He was in a blitz package, I think. But here's the number I want y'all to pay the most attention to. That 1 interception against the Bills. Keep in mind, this is Kyler Murray we're talking about. He doesn't throw picks very often. And he threw one that game to this dude right here. He returned that thing for 26 yards. So if y'all are sleeping on Marlon Humphrey, don't. I'm trying to tell y'all right now, don't. Thus far, you're looking at 68 pass deflections for his career. Double digits every single year. Consistently. This is a very consistent player. And I like him for that right there. I like these consistent players with these types of numbers like this. Because you know you're going to get production value every single year. Every one of them. Right on the dot. You know what I mean? It's... You should expect this type of production. Alright, Alright, so solo tackles, you're looking at 241 out of 311 for his career. That's really, really good. That means this man can hold his own out there without really needing help. He doesn't specialize in sacks, but he got 2.5 in 2020. He did get a sack this year, but his specialty is pass deflections. And he's averaging about 2 interceptions per game. Per year, I mean. So, yeah, 2 interceptions per year. He's got his 2 this year, I think. So, we'll see. But be on guard, man. You don't want him to get another one. But he started 9 games. And he's already got numbers like that. Be very, very careful and mindful of Marlon Humphrey. Do not sleep on this dude either. I appreciate that lot, Poppy, man. This dude's always got my back. You know, he's always supporting me right now. He's always understanding, and that really means a lot. You know, I put a lot of work into these streams, and I give y'all a lot of content, and it wears you out, man. It does. And I'll say this. It's not just about reading stats. It's not just about looking at these players and going, oh, well, this player could do this player could do that. No, it's about the whole picture as I see it and how everything connects. It's like a gigantic puzzle. And there's a lot of people that don't understand how that all of this connects with one another in different ways. Lots of different ways. And it's a lot of nitty-gritty fact checking and info and all of this small stuff, you know, that you gotta connect the dots on. You know, but once you're able to, you start to see that bigger picture and you go, oh, okay. You know. So yeah, anybody could just read off stats and just go, well, this player did this, and this. But when you start picking out specific stats, and this is what I do, I pick out specific stats, like interceptions, sacks, pass deflections, you know, stuff that these players specialize in. You know, that's what I specialize in when it comes to reading these stat boards. You know, I'm able to pick this stuff up in less than 5 minutes. I can figure this stuff out in like less than a minute. What these players do and what their strengths and their weaknesses are. That's how you're able to read these books, man, and do it quicker than a lot of these people know how to do. Is you gotta have a fine eye for detail and understand the game and how everything connects. It's not easy to do. It's a learned skill. It really is. And I'm quite proud of the time and energy and dedication I put into it to really learn how to do this and perfect my craft. But and a lot of people that are YouTubers have perfected this craft too, and I give them their due as well. You know, they're really good at it. They know how to read this stuff too. So, but sometimes it's more than just that, though. A lot of the times it's more than just that. Um, so Justin, the defensive tackle. This is why I'm pointing him out. 6'3", 293. This guy's a bulldozer. Okay, he will plow through some offensive lines. And here's the evidence of it: 10 solo tackles so far, 3.5 sacks. And as you can tell, this dude has only played 9 games. But he started in 8. And he's already got these numbers. Alright? This is a guy you don't trifle with. He's already got 5 pass deflections on that defensive line already. Just in 3 years. And that's a modest start for a guy that's a lot stronger than he looks on paper. When you see him in action, he's a bulldozer. Okay? The numbers don't reflect that, but he stopped a lot of plays from happening with these total tackles. These were key plays that he has been involved in. These aren't just 21 solo tackles. These are key plays with these solo tackles. They have stopped offenses from continuing drives. So I want y'all to bear that in mind when we face him. He's a Texas A&M guy. Odafe. No doubt a lot of people have recognized this name if you've been around the last few years watching the NFL and the NFL draft in particular. And the last 5 years, if you've been watching college football, he's been with Penn State. And Penn State's had a notoriously good defensive unit the last 10 years. Alright, so that's credit to the Penn State coach. He knows what he's doing, recruiting-wise. 19 solo tackles, 1 sack, 1 forced fumble. And that's just thus far in 4 games started. 9 games total. That's what he's got so far. But the number that I want people to focus on is this one. 3. That's what I want people to look at. That I've highlighted there. That's what we got to watch out for. Again, you're starting to see a pattern of forced fumbles and fumble recoveries from this defensive unit. And this is something that we got to watch out for big time. And I'm sure Coach Wilkes has seen this same thing when he was looking at the tapes and the numbers himself. The rest of these guys I'm not too concerned about, except for this one. Ladies and gentlemen, do you recognize a name on here that most people probably would pass themselves over? Mr. Jason Pierre-Paul. And if you know anything about Jason Pierre-Paul, you know how dangerous this man is already. You already know. He's lost a few steps, but he is still incredibly dangerous. If he gets put on that field on Sunday, we're going to have our hands full. 6'5", 270. 13 years in the league still, and he's got 5 solo tackles, 1 sack so far. So he did play against the Browns, he played against the Bengals and the Bills. Alright, all 3 major teams right now that are competing for a playoff spot. He got 2 pass deflections against the Bengals. He got 1 against the Browns. He got 1 sack against the Bengals. Now, granted, these numbers have tapered off. But if you take a look at the sack column, 92.5 sacks over his career. He's almost approaching that 100 mark. My Lord. I'll tell you, this is a dude you don't trifle with. If he gets matched up against any one of our linemen, it better be Corbett or it better be somebody good, man. Because if I don't know if Icky can handle him. This is a veteran here, man. This is a vet. He knows stuff that these average defensive ends don't know. He may not be able to physically do it as well as he used to. But trust me, he is still just as smart as he was back when he was in his prime. He'll sidestep you. He'll do all kinds of stuff, man. This is a guy you don't screw around with. If your technique isn't A grade, if your footwork isn't A grade, if your hands aren't A grade on the offensive line, he will take advantage of it. Every time he will. Even at his old age, he will still do it. And I'm not trying to make this guy sound like he's still a Pro Bowler, but honestly, he's still got a lot of that skill in his back pocket. Overall, for his career, look at the pass deflections. This is the next section I want you to see. Look at this. 64 pass deflections for his career. That's almost an average of 5 or 6 a year. Whew. My God. For his career, you're looking at 341 solo tackles out of 612. Sacks. We already went over. He got one safety during 2011 as well. Here's the next column I want y'all to see. 21 forced fumbles for his career. And notice, last year he only got one. Could he be tapering off? Nope, because look at 2020. He had 4. And he got 2 of those fumble recoveries. So, again, don't sleep on Jason Pierre-Paul. And act like, oh, he's lost his step. He ain't nothing no more. Now, hold up a second. Hold up 1 second, man. We're still talking about Jason Pierre-Paul here. We ain't talking about just the average defensive end out here, man. This man's been rocking and rolling for 13 years. He's seen a lot. So don't act like he ain't got nothing, man. Because just because he's second string, that don't mean nothing. Okay? That don't mean nothing. Once upon a time, Brian Burns was a second stringer. You know what I'm saying? Once upon a time, Myles Garrett was a second stringer. You know what I'm saying? Don't sleep on these guys. Because they're going to turn into monsters. Alright, so that's him. And I know a lot of people are familiar with him too. Alright, I I'm noticing that let's see. They're short-handed on defensive tackle. Bodrick is the only guy that they have behind these two guys. So I'm curious. Okay, 9 solo tackles. 6'2", 314 pounds. This is a big boy right here. My goodness. Get a pass deflection against the Jets? He ain't done that much. Okay. 3 pass deflections on the year. Whoop-de-doo. 2 against the Bucks. Anybody can deflect Tom Brady these days, it looks like. So, I'm not that impressed. So, if he gets put in, I'm not saying that he's going to be a world beater out there. So, we may be able to have an advantage right there. Travis. Let's take a look at Travis. 6'4", 334 pounds from Connecticut. 1 pass deflection so far. Overall, not that much to write home about. So, from what I'm seeing, Baltimore is going to be hunting a defensive tackle in this draft. That's for a fact. They're going to be hunting one. Either that or in free agency. I don't know how much money they've got. But that is not a lot of depth right there. And Justin can only take you so far on that defensive tackle unit. So, I wish y'all luck, man, with that situation. Y'all probably going to be hunting a big name guy. I'd say first 3 rounds they'll want a defensive tackle. I would not doubt it. Linebackers wise, Roquan is the guy you got to keep that ball away from. Other than that, safety's looking like a short depth chart here for safety, with Kyle Hamilton being the only other safety that they've got. So they'll be looking for a defensive tackle and a safety, it looks like, to help them out. Obviously, you've got Justin Tucker, who can absolutely slam it from miles away. So that's a guy that you don't want to let them get that thing in field goal range, within 40 to 50 yard range, because he will hit it. Looking at the offense for Baltimore. The first name you're going to recognize is Lamar Jackson, of course. But the rest of these guys you probably won't recognize. They're kind of quiet names. Like, people you would not expect to be good. Such as Demarcus Robinson here. 6'1", 203. But when you look at his numbers, that's not a joke right there. That's not a fluke. 16 catches for 152, 9.5 average and a touchdown. Yeah, that's not a fluke. He got that against the Dolphins. This dude's for real. I mean, look at the average every single game. It's nasty. The only game that he had trouble against was against the Bills. And the Bills have a very, very good secondary. So, This guy's the real deal. Thus far, 15 touchdowns for his career. He was with the Chiefs for a number of years. Drafted by him, molded by him, to fit their schemes. And look at these numbers. Back-to-back 400 plus yardage in 2020 and 2019. This is why you can't take your eyes off this dude. He's capable of busting one on you. I mean, look at these yards after the catch numbers, man. He could bust some long ones. 44, 33, 89. Sky's the limit on these. Don't let this guy bust one on you, man. He will. Interestingly enough, in 2020, though, here's a number I want y'all to see. 2 fumbles. One of them got lost in 2020. So does he have hands problems? That's very interesting, isn't it? Just something to keep in mind. It depends on, how the field plays, when we play him. Is it going to be the same deal? Is it going to be different? How's he going to play? Whether we got to worry about that or not. Games approach. 6 catches, 53 yards. This is a short range guy. But again, he will get you a few extra yards of on your short yardage catching. He's a 5'11", 91 slot receiver guy with really good hands, as you can tell by that picture. That's a guy that you don't want to mess with. We do not want to be the reason that he starts off busting out his career on us. No team does, really. When you're talking about like newer guys like that, you don't want to be that team that he starts his career on. He really does bust out and start balling out on teams that before and after you. So if I had to point out a weak point in this offensive line, it would probably be Tyler Linderbaum. I'm going to be real with you. 6'2", 305 pounds. He's a rookie from Iowa. This is why I've been seeing this, because the Bills figured him out. So did the Giants. Yeah, I mean, he's big. But how fast are you? How much can you move as a center? That's why you see those combine drills where these guys go lateral one side to the other as centers, and offensive line drills. That's why they run that drill. Is to see how quickly these guys can move. And if you can't move, you're in trouble. Straight up, you're in trouble. Yeah, I mean, that's... If I had to pick a weakness, that's it right there. And I don't know. Like, for Ravens fans out there, which one of them have you noticed giving up the most pressures and sacks so far? Like, who is it do you think is the culprit? Because somebody is, because Lamar's getting sacked like three times a game. Somebody's a weak point on that line. And I'm trying to figure out which one it is. Right now, I'm leaning towards Tyler, but I could be wrong. Like I said, I would have to watch a full Ravens game to be able to tell you, in which I have not been able to do so. So, I've seen a few clips, but I haven't seen, Kenyon Drake, I think, is a new one, isn't he? Ronnie Stanley. This seems like a really young offensive unit. If I had to put it. Am I right in saying that? It seems like a young offensive unit put around Jackson. And Jackson can only do so much by himself. But again, Jackson is one of those like generational players, as evidenced by the numbers. 6'2", 230 pounds from Louisville. He gave my Clemson Tigers some heck, man, during that one game. Golly. I remember that game really clearly, man. That actually made me nervous. Like, throughout the entire game, my nerves were a wreck. Just, who's going to pull off that game? Clemson or Louisville when Lamar Jackson was there, man. And I saw Lamar Jackson in full-on display. All of his abilities during that game. And it impressed me so much. I was like, dude, this guy is for real. This guy's going to go up into the NFL and he's going to make some noise. And sure enough, 5 years, and this dude is one of the best quarterbacks out there. No question. 16 touchdowns, 6 picks. Almost 2,000 yards so far. Quarterback rating of 93.65. But here's the column I want y'all to see. Right here. Look at this sack column. Look at the last 3 weeks. Look at the last 3 weeks, y'all. 3, 3, 3. Those are the last 3 he played. Yikes. Y'all got an offensive line problem. Y'all better plug that gap up. Well, he throws about a pick a game here early on, and then he got his problem fixed. So whatever was going on earlier, it's not there now. Touchdowns. You're only looking at 1 touchdown a game, as opposed to 2 or 3 when he was starting out the season. So, he's slowed down. He's slowed down, man. Now the question is why? And you look at week 7, 6, 7, 8, and 9. Alright, so week 6 you got the Giants. Nothing to write home about there. Week 7 you got the Browns. Okay, competitive playoff team. Week 8 you got the Buccaneers. Still nothing to write home about. That Buccaneers defense is above average. They're above water, you know, but their main claim to fame is that pass rush. And then the Saints. The Saints defense is for real. I'll say that. The Saints defense is for real. Now, how for real they are, I don't know. Because it's been a while since we played them. Alright? Looking at those numbers, you know, I'm starting to believe we might have a shot. We're not going to force him into a bad throw. You know, for an interception. We might be able to force him into a bad throw out of bounds, but not an interception. No. No. Excuse me. Alright, so our turnover ratio is not going to be by him. So we got to find it somewhere else. Thus far, through 9 games, he has completed 160 total passes out of 257. So that's really, really good. Ooh, excuse me. He had a bad year with the Ravens last year, where he threw like 13 picks. But otherwise, he's been solid. We are definitely going to be in trouble if we let this dude out. Okay? I'm not talking about outside of the box. I'm talking about running downfield past the line of scrimmage. We let this dude out, we're in trouble. Look at this rushing rating. This is not a fluke. This is real. For all you Lamar Jackson haters, that's a real number that you can count on right there. For all the people that are saying, oh, we have too many RPO type runners in the league. Okay. Then talk to me about Lamar Jackson. Talk to me about Russell Wilson's success. Talk to me about Cam Newton's success when he was in his prime. You know, talk to me about fill in the blank RPO type quarterback that's been successful so far. Then tell me why you have that opinion that we have too many RPO quarterbacks in the league. 'Cause I'm not buying it, bro. I'm not buying it. Not buying it. I seen that in some fan pages, and I'm like, nah, man, stop that. Oh, if it's not a pocket quarterback, it's not a quarterback at all. Man, stop. Man, that's that one-sided view. That's that one-sided view. Y'all gotta stop that. It's 2022, man. We got RPO quarterbacks out here. That's how it is. That's just simply how it is. I'm not making this up. That is like at least 60% of the league is RPO quarterbacks. Y'all don't believe me? Go look up how many of these starters are RPO quarterbacks right now. You would be surprised. But yeah, that's the depth chart. Let's look at the injury report real quick for the Ravens. You got Mark Andrews, the tight end, questionable. Armour Davis, the corner, with a hip injury, doubtful. Calais Campbell, defensive end, rest. Which I'm going to get some of after this stream, because I feel tired already. Gus Edwards, running back with a hamstring injury, questionable. Justin Houston, resting. Marcus Peters, rest. Did not practice on Wednesday. No designation for the rest of the week. Jason Pierre-Paul, with an ankle injury, did not practice on Friday. Being rested. Ronnie Stanley, rested. Defense did not play. Did not participate in practice. No status. Lamar Jackson, here we go. Illness. This is the big one. This is the big one, y'all. He got sick and he didn't practice on Friday. I saw this one. He's going to be healthy, though. He's going to be out there. All right. Looking at our injury report. We got Justin Burris with a concussion protocol going on. Did not practice all week, and he's out. Hartsfield, ankle injury. He's out after not practicing this week. Frankie Luvu is back. Did not practice on Wednesday, but he is back Thursday and Friday. We'll see him on Sunday. Matthew Ioannidis, calf injury. Did not practice all week and out. Davion Nixon with the same illness. Did not participate in the first 2 weeks. First 2 days. Sorry. Full practice on Friday. Questionable. No status. Richie, neck injury. Limited on Wednesday. Full practice on Thursday and Friday. He will probably play. Taylor Moton, elbow injury. Limited. Did not participate and in full practice on Friday. We will be seeing Taylor, I believe. PJ, ankle injury. Did not participate in practices and he's out. JC Horn. Here's the big one. Foot injury. Limited practice on Wednesday. Full practice on Thursday and Friday. So, we dodged a major bullet right there. Major bullet. We lose Dante and JC Horn, both in the same week. Oh. Practice on Friday. He should be okay. So that is your injury report for the week. Let's check chat. Nobody in chat. Okay. Let's do some score predictions here. Some win-loss predictions. Sorry. I don't do score predictions. I do win-loss predictions. I feel like we have a shot at winning this game against Baltimore. Possibly. Because Lamar Jackson is not the quarterback that he used to be, we have a shot at shutting down their running game. Instead, that would be the primary focus, other than just taking away Lamar's targets. That'll force Lamar to get out of the pocket and try to extend the play with the pressure that we're going to put on with Brian Burns and Shaq. And Luvu in the backfield. So, he's going to have to extend the play. He's going to have to make these first downs through the air. It's going to come down to who has the better defense, really. Atlanta and Chicago. I've got Atlanta winning that game. They just look like the stronger team right now. Chicago's still 3-4 range. 3-7 range. Not an impressive team at all. Cleveland and Buffalo. Now, if I'm not mistaken, Cleveland just came off of a loss. So did Buffalo. Both of these teams just came off a loss. Pretty sure of that. I'm double checking. I don't see Buffalo in here. I don't think they played last week. I think they took their bye week. Alright, so yeah, Cleveland just came off a loss against Buffalo. And Clemson losing. Sorry about that. My brain just went in 5 different directions right there for about half a second. Back to reality. Cleveland took that loss last week. So they're looking for a revenge game. Buffalo just came off a bye week, so they've had 2 weeks to prepare for Cleveland. Buffalo's going to be ready. They're going to take Cleveland. That's going to be a Buffalo win. Within 10 points. Washington and Houston. I've got Washington winning that game. They're on a hot streak. They're going to hand Houston their eighth loss of the season. Philadelphia and Indianapolis. Philadelphia will go to 9-1. Colts are still struggling. They're still trying to find their identity. Okay, Jets and Patriots. Jets win. Ooh. Yep, Jets win and improve to 7-3. For the first time since Brett Favre was in town for them. It's been a minute since I've seen the Jets get that high in record. It's nice. It's real nice. And they could get a big division win over the Patriots. New England's been playing a little better. Saints and Rams. I've got the Saints beating the Rams. Rams have been struggling. They're not the team they used to be. Giants in Detroit. I've got Detroit winning that game. Detroit pulls off yet another upset. This time in New York. Out of the blue. No one's going to be expecting it. It's going to happen. Raiders and Denver. I've got Denver winning that game. Dallas and Minnesota. Minnesota obviously pulls off another win. They just got a major win last week, and they're not slowing down at all. Bengals, Pittsburgh. Bengals win easily. 6-4 record for the Bengals. 3-7 for Pittsburgh, I think is what's going to happen there. Chiefs and Chargers. I got the Chiefs. Gotta have the Chiefs, man. Gotta pick the Chiefs there. Obviously, I did not see Tennessee beating the Packers by that score, but it happened. So, credit to Tennessee. They won up there in Packerland. Tough victory for them. Very tough victory. And finally, San Francisco and Arizona. Arizona's been struggling. San Francisco can take advantage of that and get the win right there. So there's your stats and scores for this week. Buffalo lost to the Vikings and Cleveland lost to Miami. Oh yeah, you're right. Buffalo lost to the Vikings. You're right. Thank you. Alright, so that puts this game into real perspective. Both these teams have lost. So now they're going to play each other. I've got Buffalo. I've got Buffalo still. Buffalo's got a better team. Alright, so that is that. Let's see. Transaction is... We activated Jeremy Chin. And we activated Phil Hoskins for standard evaluation. We released Kenny Robinson from the practice squad. And I don't know if that was a smart decision or not. I don't know for sure. Tough to say. We released Jacob Eason, Marquise Blair, and Delonte Scott from the practice squad. We got Sam Darnold back from the IR. Beyond that, we signed De'Aaron King to the practice squad. This is an XFL quarterback. For those of you that are not aware of who this guy is. Another XFL guy. So, I like these numbers. I looked them up. They're not too shabby. Yes, I believe so. I'm not seeing them. Which gives us a chance to catch up if we can beat the Ravens. You got the Falcons playing the Bears. So the Falcons are going to win that one. They're going to get that division lead back. The Saints play the Rams. And there's always that chance the Rams could pull off an upset. You never know, folks. I mean, I'm not ruling it out. We're tied up with the Saints right now. So, whatever happens will affect that third place standing with us and the Saints. So if we lose and they lose out too, and the Buccaneers have that bye week, we're not really losing that much ground. Only to the Falcons by one game. All right. That being said, we are still in the hunt. So at this point, I will take suggestions on players or any subject that you guys would like to talk about. So I think I have gotten through all the content for today that we can get through. Anybody want to talk about anything? Throw it in chat. How do we stop Lamar Jackson? Excellent question. From what I'm hearing, Lamar Jackson is more of a pocket passer now than a runner. So, how we stop Jackson is we cut off his running lanes. Number one. Number two, we got to take away his targets. Lamar will be trying to extend the play once we flush him out of the pocket. So it's imperative that we take away his targets. Now, when he's in the pocket, he's going to be targeting CJ's side of the field. He's going to be targeting Keith Taylor's part of the field, depending on which corner we have in at the time on that side. And that's why we have to have either Jeremy Chin or Woods over there to cover and help out. It's critical. Absolutely critical to have that safety help over the top. If we don't have it, we're in trouble. Because he's just going to keep feeding that ball to whoever that wide receiver is over there. No matter who it is. And he'll switch out wide receivers. He'll switch out people, with different formations. So whoever ends up over there, it's just going to be zoop, 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 until you stop them. Until you cover him. And get a pass deflection and make him think twice about throwing it there. Then he's going to test out these linebackers. He's going to find out who's for real on this linebacking crew and who isn't. And here's where one of the benefits of Shaq being inconsistent helps us. Because you don't know which Shaq you're going to get coverage-wise these days. He might come out there and get 2 pass deflections on you. Or he might just miss some coverages altogether and just let you eat. So that's the kryptonite of Shaq Thompson right there. And he's working on it. Give him credit, he's working on it. But I give him his due when he's playing well. But he's primarily a run stopper right now. And he's done well with that. So as of right now, take away his targets. Don't let him run. Simple as that. It's a lot harder on the field than it is, just saying it here or on paper. And there are moments where Lamar is just who he is. He will shred you. Do we put 2 people on Mark Andrews? It depends on which corner is facing Mark Andrews. If it's J.C. Horn, then no. If it's on Keith Taylor and CJ over on the other side, then yes. You need both the corner and the safety help. for the majority of the game. It's critical. So realistically, it depends on who Mark Andrews is being covered by. To answer your question. Good questions though, Luck. Appreciate it. I also want to say this, man. If there's any players that we're looking at moving during the offseason, the Denver Broncos game would be the time to experiment with them because we know that we could beat the Broncos. You know, so I would say that's the time to kind of play around. Be careful with those snap counts on Baker during that game, but, you know, otherwise, have fun. You know, if you got it like 4 or 5 players that you're looking to possibly move, or a few of those names that are on my list that you can move, you know, for money, or anyone that you're looking for a value increase on, such as Gross Matos or LaVisca or Wilson, you know, any of these guys that you're looking to increase the value of, the Broncos game would be the game to try it. You know, make them look good. But, yeah. So, any other questions or thoughts or anything? Or players that you'd like to discuss? I got a few more minutes. Okay. Well, the main thing is focus on Lamar, focus on that wide receiver core, win the battle in the trenches, win the turnover battle, be disciplined, and be smart. Um, those are the keys to tomorrow's game. How do you think Baker does against that Ravens defense? Okay. Tough question, man. Tough question. And that's fine if you got a couple more. You know, if that's not your last question, then that's fine. Um, but like I said, I gotta wrap up soon because I gotta get some sleep. But as far as that goes, Baker is going to have to be very, very careful with his decision making because we do have guys on that Ravens defense that will take advantage of turnovers and interceptions. So I've named a few of those players out earlier to watch out for. If you miss those players, go rewind the VOD after the stream is over. But yeah, Baker is going to be Baker at the end of the day. We shouldn't really expect more out of him than who he is. He did put up 21 against the Bengals defense, so that is that. You know, we do know, what is he going to be able to do against that Ravens starting crew, you know, on that defense? And that's a big question mark. You're not the only person that's asking that right now. I can guarantee it. You're one of many. I don't know, man. I've heard a report that we might be bringing in 2 quarterbacks for that game. We'll see how that goes. I mean, I don't want to speculate on what's going to happen there. But I do feel at least one pick is going to happen. I think one pick from Baker. Now, as far as more than one pick, I don't know. But one pick for sure. Because, like I said, there's like 3 or 4 of these guys you got to watch out for. They are predators on that Ravens defense. They're ball hawks. So, for the most part, you'll have to worry about pass deflections. But you just hit the open man, just take what the defense gives you. Realistically. That's the goal. Excuse me. Shout out to Andy Bailey. How you doing? But yeah, as weird as this year is going, who knows, man? Baker might get hot and start playing well. Who knows? All right. Any other last second questions or thoughts that people might have? Hit me up with them. I got a few minutes, then I got to start shutting down here. And guys, as always, if you missed the VODs, go check them out. They're all gonna be up. I never delete any of these, so I only edit them because of copyright. So that's the only thing. Alright, folks. Hit that like button. Hit that sub button. As always, share the YouTube stream. We're almost up to 500. And I could not be more thrilled with the success of this channel and the page on Facebook right now. Y'all, it's not about the numbers, man. It's about who we brought in. We're a family, we're a crew, we're good people, we're decent human beings towards each other and respectful of each other. And you know, it's led to healthy debates, and it's led to positive results and positive solutions that this franchise can use to better themselves. And that's 2 goals that I've set out with this channel and this page to create. So I just want to say thank you to all of you. You're all incredible human beings, and I am blessed and privileged to have you guys in here, man, with this crew. And if you find anybody else like yourselves that you think would be a great fit for this content and this channel, please do share on both ends, you know. Because we always are looking to grow this channel and grow this family and grow this crew, and make sure they realize, man, this page and this YouTube channel are free. All of it's free. This is free information. I would never ask for money. I would never do that to y'all. That's not what I believe in. I believe in educating people and helping them out and letting them know, you know, this is how this team is, really. And I believe in giving you guys a voice and letting y'all be real, you know, and talk about this team, you know what I mean? And I believe we have been accomplishing our mission here for the last 3 years. And I'm very, very pleased to see that continue. Absolutely, my man. Absolutely. You know, if I do ever uh, have any way for you guys to donate money, it's going to be by your choice. You know what I mean? I would never ask for a dime. Ever. Ever. So, that being said, you know, once again, to the players, I want to reiterate these three things. Don't beat yourself. Win the trenches. Be disciplined. You know, no more of this stupid penalty garbage. You know, be smart. All right? And, of course, play your best. Be you. Do what you do best. You know, whatever that may be on the field. Play to the best of your ability. And it will show in results. I promise you. Go out there, play hard, and you'll get the results you're looking for. The Ravens are a tough, nasty, dirty team. You got to come out there, you got to be competitive. You can't come out there and leave your hearts on the plane. You got to come out there and fight. Fight for every inch. If you want to win this game. And that's no joke, man. Y'all gotta be physical. Because they're not gonna let up for 4 quarters. That's a tough physical team every time you play them. Especially when they're trying for a wild card spot or a playoff spot. That's when they're the most dangerous. Which is right now. In their own stadium. Lordy. Be careful, y'all. Don't fall into the trap. Don't sleep on these players. Come out there and play. Alright? And as for Steve Wilks, Mr. Tepper, you're making a wise decision in considering Steve Wilks to be your next head coach. You're making a very wise decision, and I thank you for listening and hearing what we have to say. I feel very humbled and honored and privileged that you and your staff members and your players have taken the time to listen to our content and really take our suggestions to heart, you know, and use them to improve this team if you have it all. And it really is an honor. Thank you so much. You know, I don't know what to say. You know, all our crew and all our family here in the Keep Pounding crew just want to be heard, man. That's, you know, that's it. We just want to be heard. We've got great solutions. We've got great ideas, and you know, it's all for the betterment of this team. So, we just want to say thank you for taking the time out to watch these streams and really hear us. You know, it means a lot to all of us. You know, we've been voicing ourselves and we've been ignored a lot, and it's been a constant struggle with the people in this fan base that are louder than us, you know, that have these dumb ideas and these thoughts that make no sense towards the progress of this team. And it's just, their voices have won out over the years, and it's been tough. So I just want to say thank you if you're part of that crew, in the management or the owner or the owner's family themselves, Thank you. And especially the players. Y'all have heard us. Y'all have used our thoughts and ideas to push for uh, the turf to be taken out. So I didn't want to make a big deal out of that, but I did want to mention it. I just want to say thank you because you're doing yourselves a favor. All of you are, as players, by suggesting this, and it's awesome watching what you guys are doing right now. And even players from other teams are starting to pitch in too. And I'm like, wow, this is big. This is big. This is a big move. Hands out well. And really, that's what it is. Thank you. Shout out to Vietnam. He had to work longer tonight before break, but he's here. He'll check the highlights of the game. Okay. He's not gonna watch the game. That's fair, man. You get tired of yelling at the TV. I feel you, man. I feel you on that. I do. I'm sure there's a lot of Panthers fans that feel that same way right now, man. For real. Heck, I was yelling at him in the stadium. you know, I was in the stadium on Thursday, yelling at him myself. So, there ain't no TV in between. Hey, it is what it is, though. Sometimes you just gotta yell at them and get them to hear you. You know what I mean? And yeah, I did my share of it. I did. As a matter of fact, we had that 8 minutes to go situation with the Falcons game, and we ended up running it out, and punted it. And I'm just sitting there like, okay, you run them out of timeouts, fair enough. And then I look at him going, delay of game, and I'm going, what the heck are you doing when we're in field goal range? And I like shouted this from the top balconies up there. I was like, what are you doing? I was like, why? We could have kicked a field goal right there and ended the doggone thing. Come on. There's certain times where I actually like, bro, real talk. I got mad at him, bro. And I didn't want to be that fan out there, but that actually made me mad. Like, real talk. Let me make sure that sounds up. There we go. Welcome on in, Andy. How you doing, man?
Hello there.
How you feeling, my friend? How you feeling?
Oh, I'm here.
Yeah.
I'll say Panthers 19-16 in overtime today.
Wow. That's a big prediction right there. That's a big one.
Yeah. Well, that's those kind of games that Ravens play. Field goal feasts and everything.
So you feeling that we can hold the Ravens to 16, huh? Interesting.
Well, the Ravens hold themselves to 16 because that's their history for the past 20 years. No matter who's the quarterback or anything, they kick more field goals than touchdowns.
Oh. I don't don't know about that. Lamar Jackson's a beast, man.
Yeah, but they, I mean,
He
you don't
kind of
see him
changed
like
that culture around a little bit.
Yeah. No. I mean, you don't see him throwing 4 touchdowns like Mahomes or any of these other star quarterbacks, or
No,
you don't see the Ravens score 35 points every game.
no, that's true. He's more of a Russell Wilson type. Like he'll put points up on the board, but he'll do a lot of running, and it's tough downhill running, from him. And he will break tackles. He will extend plays. There's no question about that. But yeah, I think you might have missed this early in the stream, man. But I was talking to a Ravens fan during a press conference in the live chat, and one of them saying that he's more of a pocket passer than a runner now. What do you think about that?
Maybe he might be switching because it is a contract year for him.
That is true. That's very true. Do you think he should be paid like top 10 money?
He better do something this year. He better get the AFC title game. Then we'll start talking.
Right. That's kind of my take on it too, because like all these quarterbacks are getting paid all this big money, and then you got Lamar Jackson coming up here with a contract year, and he's going, "Where's my money? Where's my money?" But he hasn't really done that much to earn it.
Right, and a perfect example to back that up would be Russell Wilson. In the last 7 years in Seattle, he was 3-5 in the playoffs. They get knocked out in the first round, and he's made $35 million a year. Okay, now Geno Smith's $805,000, and they're in first place. They might get to the playoffs, even though they get knocked out in the first round. They spend $805,000 instead of $35 million to do the same thing with Geno Smith as they did with Russell Wilson.
I really think a lot of these quarterbacks are overpaid. It's the inflation of the league, though. It really is. I was talking about that earlier, and it's going up and up and up. And COVID kind of slowed it down a little bit for a few years, but it was about to go skyrocketing if COVID didn't come along, And now it's starting to skyrocket again, just like it did like COVID never came along, when it comes to the money with contracts and stuff. I did find it interesting that Giovanni Ricci is making fullback type money instead of tight end. So I mean, if you can get away with doing stuff like that, I mean it can cut down on the cap money that we're spending. But it's tough, man. It's really tough. You gotta be smart, and Scott can find ways to cut corners like that, but it doesn't happen very often. But the other part of that conversation I had was everybody's pretty much come up to the consensus that Laviska is worth a 5th rounder. What do you feel?
I'm not sure who you're talking about, Laviska.
He's our wide receiver.
Oh, okay.
The one that got that really big touchdown pass against the Falcons on Thursday.
Oh, okay.
Yep. We traded a 6th and a 7th for him.
I don't know much about him, but I'll say if you can get a 5th rounder, I guess go for it. I mean, you got DJ Moore, and I forget who the other receivers are. I apologize for not knowing all the Panthers players. I know some now.
Oh, you're good. Terrence Marshall Jr., we've got Shi Smith, we've got Higgins. Let me pull it up, actually. Did I miss any? No, I didn't. Okay, DJ Moore, it was already been discussed.
You got Marshall.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
I got a request from my son to get him a terrace.
Fantastic. I mean, that's a good player to choose. I do like TMJ a lot.
Last year we was down at the stadium and he wanted a JC Horn jersey. I said, "Well, okay, we'll get it. It's our first time there and everything."
Yeah. JC Horn's a great choice too. I actually was thinking about getting one of Frankie Louvu. I love Frankie Louvu. If anyone's been paying attention to my streams for like the past year, you guys already know how I feel about Frankie. And I don't buy jerseys just willy-nilly of Panthers players. I buy them if they go above and beyond what it means to be a Panther, player, on and off the field, and just personality-wise and just who they are in their contributions.
I told him he knows I like Baker Mayfield, and I tell him, I said, "Well, maybe I'll get you a Baker Mayfield jersey."
Speaking of Baker, man, how do you feel he's going to do against Baltimore's defense here?
I think he's going to kick butt myself. I mean, I know Baker. I followed him, and I'm an Oklahoma Sooners dude, and hey, I root for him.
There's 4 or 5 players on this Baltimore defense that are really good at pass deflections and interceptions. So I would be very, very cautious if I was Baker. And he's been known to throw some picks this year. So
they picked the right year for Baker to be there because they're playing that division, and that's where he came from before and everything.
Yeah. Now, if you consider his performance in the Bengals game, and we're not counting anything before that because that's the rule era, how would you rate his performance against the Bengals secondary? Because he put up 21 in that second half.
I'd have to look at his stats, but I know he got killed. They got killed that game.
Yeah, but Baker came in during that second half and actually rocked their secondary, man. 21 points. Right. After we had struggled to do anything with PJ in the first half. Which, I mean, granted, if you look at PJ's history, those first 2 drives he's always struggled on to get started. And then he starts doing whatever he does, So it's not unusual. Everybody's like, okay, well, it's the first 2 drives when it comes to PJ. Then he comes in and he's just like, okay, yep, I'm going to start getting into a rhythm, 3rd or 4th drive, and then from there on, he's fine. But he never got into that rhythm against the Bengals because their secondary was so good. So we ended up going with Baker, and Baker put up his 21 points. So everybody's just like, okay, were these Bengals starters out there? Were they second and third stringers? What were we doing with there? Because that'll give us a clue as to how good Baker really is. Because I don't count any part of that first part of the season with him. None of it. Matt Rule was holding him back. It was clear as day. How much he was holding him back, that's the real. So your team is the Seahawks, correct?
Yep.
Okay, so Seattle is playing. Oh, y'all have a bye this week, correct?
Yep, they hung out in Germany and everything last week.
Okay. So, kind of looking at that division, hold on. You got
They
Seattle
might
is
still
in
be over
first
there with
right
their
now.
hand.
Y'all seem to be in the driver's seat for right now with a game lead. Do you see that being sustained throughout the rest of the year?
No, I'll be honest. I mean, hey, that's my team, but I'm surprised. I'm surprised of them this far this year.
I mean, they've shown up against the games that they should have won, you know? And they lost the teams that you would expect them to lose to, too. Um, they beat the Broncos, you know, they lost to the Niners, lost to the Falcons, you know. Falcons have been competitive. They're going to hold that division lead in the South for a little bit, and then we're going to try to take it back. But the Lions, Seattle got that win against the Lions. Then they took the loss against the Saints. And then came back and won like 4 straight. Beat the Cardinals twice during that time.
Yeah, I call them the pesky Cardinals. That's our nemesis. And I remember it used to be when they was in the AFC West, their nemesis was Denver. They could hold their own with the Raiders, Chargers, or Chiefs back then. But Denver, they couldn't. They couldn't do anything to save their life if they had to. Now, I was surprised that they even beat the Cardinals this year. I mean, you look at the past years; they came close to going to the playoffs that one year, and if it wasn't for the Cardinals, they would have won. They get a loss in overtime or a tie with them or something.
And you got to consider, Steve Wilkes was actually in control of this team for about a year and a half out in Arizona. So
Yeah, he
2 of those losses were to the hands of Wilkes. That y'all took. But you got a 19-9 win. You got a 31-21 win over the Cards.
Yeah.
That's gotta feel good, man. That's gotta feel real good.
Plus, Kyler Murray wasn't himself. I think he was hurt in at least one
Right.
of those games.
Boy, he ran us over.
Yeah.
We had no chance.
I was still wishing. I let my son pick what game he wants to go to and everything, like this year down there. And if it had been up to me, I'd have went to that Arizona game. I was wanting to see the 2 Oklahoma dudes, Murray and Mayfield.
Oh, man. Here's the thing, though. Baker's snap count is why you're not seeing him.
Yeah, it happened to be on TV here, so we, yeah, and I gave him one rule, too. I said, no Steelers, because he wanted to go down there and watch the Steelers play. I said, we live an hour from the Pittsburgh Stadium. I said, I don't even want to, go and see them up here unless the Seahawks was up here. I said, I don't want to drive 8 hours to see a team I don't care about.
That reminded me of that Seattle and Pittsburgh Super Bowl. Oh, man. That was a battle. Y'all gave them heck.
Oh, yeah. I always say now the Steelers say the only way they can win is they cheat. You should have saw that game last week. I watched it. Here. That was, man, even the broadcast on TV said that tight end for the Steelers initiated that call and everything from the ref. They called pass interference.
Man. I'll grant you, we had some bad calls during that Falcons game on Thursday night, too. So, I mean, the refs didn't do us any favors either.
Yeah,
and we still won.
Yeah, it was 13-10 Steelers at the time. If they had held them to a field goal, it would have been 16-10. The Saints would have had a chance to maybe go and win. But they called that pass interference. Then they get a touchdown, make it 20-10.
Oh, man. I'm telling you, when I saw that Saints score, I about jumped for joy. Because that helped us out. That kept us back in the mix, man. That put us right back in the mix. Thank you, Steelers. That's what I'm saying. Thank you, Steelers. We owe y'all one.
Oh, yeah.
We're in a tie for third right now because of them.
Yeah. I just tell people up here I have two favorite teams, Seahawks and whoever plays the Steelers.
Hey, we did our part to stay in it. We got our win. The rest is up outside of our hands. So we just gotta kind of hope that things go well for us. And it's been a wacky year, so you know, it's crazy some of the stuff you're seeing.
What year was that when I forget who won the division that year, but it was the Panthers division,
Mm-hmm.
and it was I don't know. They was talking about how many wins it was going to take to win the division that year. Was it going to take 5 wins, 6 wins? I forget what the outcome was, but it was a stinky division. It was just like
That was that year that everybody went below 500, wasn't it?
maybe I can't remember.
Yeah, and I think like
was it 7 and 9 won the division that year? Or 8
I
and 8
believe so. Yeah, I believe it was us.
Oh,
Yeah, 2017, possibly.
maybe I can't remember.
Yeah, that's what I remember, and that was a very interesting year. But we feel the same way about getting these wins on the Falcons. You know that you guys feel about getting those wins on the Cardinals, because God knows there's a ton of Panthers fans that hate the Falcons, man. They can't stand them.
If that Falcons game wouldn't have been on Thursday night, I told my son, I said, hey, we'd go to that one, bud.
I was there for that, bro.
Yeah, well, not for, yeah, that's cool and everything. I just told him it's called Thursday during the week, school and all that stuff.
Yeah, I feel that.
If it had been a Sunday, I'd say, hey, now there we go.
Yeah, we got who do we still have on our schedule for home games? I gotta check real quick because the pricing is like ridiculous for a couple of these.
They got Denver.
Yep, we got Denver, we've got Pittsburgh, and Detroit.
Hey, I need to tell you something on that.
Yeah.
Denver again. Hopefully Russell won't do anything today against the Raiders, but he has 299 career touchdowns.
The new GMC Sierra, premium and capable. That's professional grade.
At home.
Wow.
And he threw number 200 up here in Pittsburgh against the Steelers, and I was there with my kid and everything. I was in 2019, and we saw him throw number 200 in person.
Oh, wow. That's special right there.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. And I recorded the game at the house and watched it when I got back and everything. They were showing the graph 114 games, and he was the 5th fastest to do it. Marino did it in 89 games.
That's really special, man. You gotta love that. Let's see. Pause that. Okay. So have you and your son been to a game yet? In Charlotte?
Not yet. We're going to one here pretty soon and everything. I'll let you know. I just don't want to tell you which one because safety reasons and everything.
I feel you. You got Denver, Pittsburgh, and Detroit, so it's probably going to be Denver, Detroit, right? Probably one of those two. With Detroit, it's going to be a shootout. So if I was going to recommend one, probably the Broncos game.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
Yeah. We got a fair shot at winning that game. And, I mean, if we're going to increase the value of any players or experiment with any players, that Denver game's the game to do it.
I wish my dream would have come true, though. Yeah, I told you about.
Mm-hmm. And I also want to point this out. My Panthers team has been 5-0 every time. Every time I've been to that stadium, we won.
Oh, okay. We
Yay!
were
Yay!
I hope it goes 1-1. I want to see my kid happy. Panthers win.
Oh, that is such a crazy good experience, man, when we win. Y'all have no idea. If you have not been to a Panthers game and seen us win, the energy in that stadium.
Oh, yeah.
It's incredible.
Right.
It's like anything you've ever felt.
Oh, yeah. Just like I enjoyed when I went to the Steelers game and they lost. I enjoyed that.
Yeah.
Walking around in my Seahawks jersey.
Bruh, I'm telling you, when our Panthers win down here, man, and you walking through that stadium, hey, God, it gives you chills. It really does. I mean, just everybody happy, hooting and hollering, and just, oh man, it felt like 2015 again, man. I'm telling you, on Thursday night. I got chills, bro. I was like, there's that winning energy. That's what we've been missing in Carolina. Right there. I looked at David. I was like, yes, sir. That's what I want more of. That's what I want this team to turn into again. It's been too long. Too long. I looked at him and I was like, drink it all in, man. Drink it all in. That's what victory tastes like right there.
Yeah. Well, maybe they're going to have to draft a field goal kicker next year.
Yep. And I'll say this, man. They had a video up of Thomas Davis saying, we're not out of it yet. We're not out of this yet. Bruh. When you got a veteran Thomas Davis saying that, and he hasn't even been to any of our practices or anything for like the longest time, and he comes and he checks out one of the practices with Steve Wilkes, you know we're doing something right. This dude's never lost his love for Carolina. Never has. And then you got a few of the older veteran players just showing up at practices and stuff and just, being who they are. And it's just like, wow, man. Steve Wilkes is really doing something right down here again. This is just the first year of it. Imagine 3, 4, 5 years down the road. We'll be playing for a Lombardi again. And Steve is not like Ron Rivera where he just gives up after a Super Bowl loss. He ain't going to do that. He's going to have these guys fighting the very next year if we do pull up and fail again. Which, that ain't going to happen.
Well, hate to say something disappointing here. I know I had people having fun with me on this, but I told them before the end of the year, I posted on my Facebook page, I said Super Bowl prediction beginning of the year, Chargers versus Commanders, 31-7 Chargers.
Wow, the Commanders? That's a bold prediction.
Yeah, I said that because of Carson Wentz at the time, because I think he was looking for redemption, but I don't know, he's hurt now and everything. So, I mean,
Yeah, I was gonna say even with Wentz, that's a bold prediction. They lack a lot of pieces, to really battle. Um, for me, it's definitely the Bills over in the AFC. Um, they could face a challenger though this year because there's quite a few. You got the Dolphins, Jets getting into the playoffs this year. You got the Browns who are fighting right now too. Um,
Browns are like 3-6, I think, or 3-5.
yeah,
Something.
yeah, but they're not out of it yet. That's a slow division right now over there. Until they're ruled out, I ain't saying nothing about them right now.
Well, hey, that gives me an idea. You want to go to Buffalo today?
I wish I could, man. I got too many obligations down here, bro.
Yeah, I wouldn't dare go up there. That's why me and
With
my
all
kid
that
went
snow up there, though, I know everybody's seen that snow up there. Oh my god. Somebody posted like a picture of like a 6'1" guy, and like the snow is up to like his armpits. I was like, good god, bro. This is the heaviest snow I've ever seen up in New York. Like, forever. I'm like, man.
Last year, I told my son, even before that, we'd go to Panthers game when they played in Buffalo, and they did last year.
Yeah.
And I found out it was week 15, week before Christmas in December. I said, no. That's why we went south when we watched them play the Patriots last year. And we're going south again.
That was a smart call, I think.
Yeah, I ain't sitting in Buffalo.
I still love McDermott. I still love everything he's doing up in Buffalo, but I can't get on board that Buffalo fan base though. I can't. No. I gotta stick my Panthers, man. I gotta stay loyal.
Yeah, I understand that. I'm about 3 hours from Buffalo. We drive up there like nothing.
Yeah.
We wanted to, but not in that snow weather.
Oof. No. So I got a question. What is going on with Aaron Rodgers this year?
They're showing him who's boss. That's what's going on. Because I think that's what it is. Seriously, if you think about it, he wanted Adams and wanted Vontae. He wanted this and that and everything. And okay, we'll do that. But then they had a secret agendas. Okay, we'll just trade Vontae and everything. And we're going to show you we're the boss here, not you. You may be the star, but we do what we want, and you're not telling us what to do. You work for us.
He would always get like the biggest attitude too during the off season, like, "Oh, you're not paying me enough to deal with this garbage." It's like, come on, man. He's got an ego to the moon.
Yeah, and they say he's gonna be gone because he has 2 more years left. But shoot,
Oof.
I don't know. I don't like his attitude anyway.
Yeah, I don't either. I don't. That's not a good fit for us down here. No.
It's a Pittsburgh reference. I call him. He's like Barry Bonds.
Right.
To me. Yeah.
Right.
He's entitled. He's arrogant and everything.
Yeah, it's not a good fit for us, man, because that's not who we are. Yeah, we'll just have to see who's on that quarterback carousel because we're about to lose Sam Darnold and Baker in 23. So, I mean, PJ Walker, we could re-sign for 1 year. Yeah, PJ, we could sign for 1 year. But, I mean, if you look at, like, the cap numbers, what we're doing with right now, it's not good. We're 900K, something like that, in the red for next year. We got to make some moves. Plus, we got to have $10 million for rookie contracts and $7 to $8 million in case you have like injuries or any situation where you got to move people around during the regular season. So you're looking at $17 million like comfortably. to be able to do what you need to do. Plus player re-signing money. You know, we got to re-sign Bozeman. We got to re-sign J.J. Jensen, P.J. Walker, Richie, Hartsfield, Cameron Irving, Burris, Foreman. I mean, it's... I would say the priority is Bozeman at this point. Because like I mentioned earlier on the stream, like there was a report that he turned down another team for a lot more money than he got paid by us. He chose us. And the reason he chose us was because of Corbett signing here. And as I remember, Corbett got signed here first.
Yeah, well, I think Baker's going to be there. I don't know how it's going to work out and how he's going to do or anything, but I think if Baker does good the rest of the year, I think he's going to hang around.
That's what I'm thinking too. Give him like a 2-year deal or something like that, like a prove it 2-year deal. The problem is, where are we going to get the money from to pay the man? And I just don't see where it's going to come from. There's not many other situations, you know, with many other players with the plan I came up with where you can get more money freed up without taking a cap hit or eating a lot of dead money. It's rough, man.
If not mistaken, I think they can tie it up in incentives and signing bonuses and everything. Then he gets like low salary, but he's getting the other money on the side, but bonuses and incentives and everything.
Well, the way these contracts work is, you know, you get the small amount for the first 2 years, and then you got to pay up in the third or the second year, depending on what your contract looks like. That's been the trend. So I don't know how that's going to go. You know, it's up to Scott, and that's the part of the GM job I would not want because that's not my niche. That's not my area, man. I don't know how to... I do not know anything about player contracts. Nope. I can tell you anything about any other part of this team, but I can't... That's the area I'm struggling in. Like I said, if anybody wants to be an expert on that thing, you know, just come on up in here and let me know.
Well, that's one thing I like to do is crunch the numbers, but I'd have to see the information and all that kind of stuff.
Overthecap.com is a really good website as far as doing that. It shows like all the contract details, all the bonuses, all that stuff. So, you know, if you got the time and the energy, go for it. You know.
Always play those games where, like, if you're drafting you're playing a fantasy team or something, and you have so much to spend, and then you go through it and you pick your players, and then if you're over at the end, then you say, okay, I'm gonna cut this one. I'll look at this one. Okay, I'll get rid of this guy and get this guy and save this much, and all till you get down to the limit they allow you on the game.
I mean, that's basically what a GM does, you know, when it comes to roster building. Essentially, that's your bare bones of what a GM does. Because you deal with cap room limit, and then you got to figure out, okay, which players are staying, which ones are not. Then you got to deal with rookie contracts on top of that. You got to deal with like $7 to $8 million in injury money for the following year, for that season, you know, to set yourself up. So, I mean, after that, you got free agency money, you know, to spend. You got money to re-sign players after that, and whatever's left is free money. You know,
free money, I want some.
We all do, my friend. We all do. But I mean, that's your available cap room that you can do whatever you want with after that. You know, after you've dealt with all that stuff. And most of the time, that ends up in free agency. That ends up in just building a 90-man roster for training camp, or it can end up in your $7 to $8 million, spending money for injuries.
Oh yeah,
It gets added into that.
I was watching the Iowa game last night after I got home from work and everything, and they got a freshman walk-on kicker who's a semifinalist for the Lou Groza Award. A freshman walk-on, I tell you.
Interesting.
Oh, yeah.
Huh. Well, I will never forget this, but I was watching Clemson during the Tommy Bowden days, and I went up to a Wake Forest game with Clemson in it, and there was this punter for Wake Forest that kept pinning us inside of the 10. Like 4-5 times in a row. I was like, who is this dude?
I know the name if it's who I'm thinking of.
That was back in like 07, 08, something like that.
Yep.
Dude was a beast.
The guy's name is Ryan Plackemire. He didn't last too long in the NFL for some reason, but the way he was the All-American punter and everything. For some
Where'd
reason,
he end up?
Didn't last too long. He played at least 1 year at the Seahawks, and then he played with the Bengals. But
Did he really?
He was out of the league for after 3-4 years, maybe if that.
Wow.
I mean, I have no idea why he didn't last long, but when I saw the Seahawks have him, I thought, well, we're going to have a punter for 15, 20 years here.
No kidding. I was wondering what that dude's name was and where he ended up. That's crazy, dude. Thank you for answering that question for me. I've been asking around and nobody seems to know.
Yeah, I know. Ryan
Plackemire,
Plackemire.
huh? Okay. I'll have to do some research on this dude. Thank you so much. That's crazy, man.
That's he had to be good to be an All-American.
Oh yeah.
For Wake Forest too.
Oh yeah. And it's funny we bring up special teams people, because I was going through Pro Bowl voting, and Hecker was on there. I voted for him, of course. So it was a lot of fun. Blackshear ended up on that list.
Hey, since you're in Carolina,
yeah.
What you hear that story about the I think it was North Carolina State, maybe a coach and one of the players stalking him or something?
No, I hadn't heard about that one.
I seen on one of those bottom roll screens the other day. I can't remember if he got arrested or he got sentenced, or I forget what it was, but it was Dave Durrison. Dave Durrison was the coach, or I think that was the coach's name.
No kidding. Huh.
Yeah, stalking the NC State head coach. And
wow.
I can't remember all the details.
That's one of those deals that makes you raise your eyebrows right there. Whoop. Like, what is going on here?
Something like he was seen near his workplace.
Oh, no.
Went by or something. I mean, something crazy.
See, that's the type of stuff you don't want to see in the news right there. That's just a bad example. When your coaches can't even follow the rules, how do you expect your players to follow the rules? You know what I mean? It's in newcomers to the game. It's a bad example.
The player was the one that got in trouble here, not the coach.
Oh, wow.
They were saying the player was stalking the coach or something.
Oh, okay. So it's another one of those player situations. I got you. Yeah, well, it's a good look. You know, either way, it's not a good look. And
I, I just wanted to see if you knew any details on it, and then I would like, and I would understand it better since you're down in that neck of the woods.
that is true. I'm actually in South Carolina, boss, but I do hear stuff from North Carolina all the time, and I didn't hear anything about that one. I got fans of I got friends of South Carolina Gamecocks people. I got North Carolina Tar Heels fans. I got Duke fans down here too. I haven't seen anybody that's an NC State fan really that showed up on my friends list. But you know, one day maybe, one day. Obviously, Clemson people because I'm a Clemson man.
Okay.
You know, I look forward to any wins that North or South Carolina gets because it looks good on the entire Carolinas. You know what I mean? Championships wise. You know, I was really happy when Coastal Carolina won that baseball championship. You know, I was like, yeah, that looks good on us, man. You know, as a state. I was like, by all means.
My favorite Coastal Carolina story it was, I don't know, 90s maybe. They basketball. They played Indiana. Of course, Indiana with Bobby Knight history.
Oh my God, Bobby Knight was a oof. You ain't beating that dude, man.
That's what I say with him. Meanest coach in the history of sports.
Oh yeah.
Bobby Knight.
Oof.
Yeah. And they got upset by Coastal Carolina in the NCAA tournament. And I remember him talking how they shouldn't be allowed teams like that in the tournament and all that stuff.
Oh wow.
That's my favorite Coastal Carolina story.
You know, you got all these rinky-dink teams on people's schedules in college now, and it's just like, man, whenever you see a rinky-dink team beat like one of those major teams, it's just like, whoa. Like just today, I saw who was it? Oh snap! I saw a crazy score today that I was not expecting to see. Navy beating Central Florida. That's one of them. Illinois almost beat Michigan today. I was like, what? What is happening right now?
Yeah, Illinois is getting better and everything.
They really are.
They got that coach that used to coach for Wisconsin, and he left Wisconsin to go to Arkansas, and it stunk. I guess he thought he was doing good going to SEC, but now he's back in the Big Ten where he was and doing good at Illinois.
Mm-hmm. You know, you got the Gamecocks putting up 63 points today, man. Oof.
Who the Gamecocks play?
Tennessee. They actually upset Tennessee.
Really?
63-38, y'all.
Over the Tennessee Volunteers. You sure it's not the
Oh yeah, it's the Tennessee Volunteers.
Tennessee
It's the Tennessee Volunteers, rate number 5.
Wow.
Yep. Yes, sir.
That's weird.
Yup.
When you say Tennessee, I was thinking, maybe this guy's thinking it was Middle Tennessee or.
Nope. And the crazy thing is, the Panthers have actually had scouts up there for Tennessee games against Kentucky last week. So I just thought that was interesting for all the people that were paying attention to that.
You see the score of the Kentucky and Georgia game?
I'm looking at it now. Yeah, 16-6. That's crazy, man.
Yeah, that's what I was getting at. You hold Georgia to 16 points, 3 field goals. I mean, somebody better watch the film on the Kentucky defense, see what they done.
Yeah, that Kentucky defense is for real. They've actually shut down a number of offenses this year.
Yeah, but hold Georgia to 16 points, ranked number 1 in the country and all that.
That's impressive.
Yeah, right. Only thing is, your offense don't.
And that holds true to my theory because we had people checking out that game, and this is not the first Kentucky game that our scouts have been to this year. So they're targeting somebody there. And that score confirms it for me. I think I know who they're targeting, but I'm not going to say it. I need that player to stay on the down low, until draft day. Until all these draft boards are filled out, because I don't want these other teams, getting a hold of this and going, whoa. What are y'all doing? What are y'all doing? What are y'all doing? And just adjusting their draft boards before draft day. We ain't doing that here, man. Nope. Not cool. And the first year I really realized that we had scouts up in here was last year because I saw them a couple other teams looking at players that we were looking at, and I was like, wait a minute. It's like, how did y'all know to look at this player? I'm the only one mentioning some of these players, man.
Yeah, talk about scouts, something funny. I always did wonder what you have to do to be a scout. I remember years ago, it was a different sport watching Don Sutton on the Atlanta Braves, and he'd answer a question like every game or something. You'd send your questions in. And I send in a question, what you have to do to be a major league scout.
Right.
Scout. I'm like, that'd be cool. Go to some backwoods town, watch some game, and maybe spot some talent and everything, and discover it or something. That'd be awesome.
Yeah, I think I'd be pretty good at it. I got the eyes and the attention to detail for that.
Yeah, I mean, I always did wonder what do you have to do to be a scout? I've always did wonder.
Yeah, I'm wondering that too.
Wonder if you have to have a college degree or which is
sporting degree.
A long way.
Yeah, there's sports degrees.
I got my degree from Honky
Tonk. That honky tonk.
Yeah, I majored in common sense.
Yeah. Did you get honor rolls for that too? President's list, Dean's list.
Oh
yeah.
I know I've always hear people say, "Oh, you barely graduated high school." I said,
Hey. As long as you major in common sense, you're good, man. That's what matters right there. Because not many people have it these days. You know what I mean? That's good, man. Yeah, I got an associate's business degree, from my college, and I was very proud of that. Because I used a lot of marketing and advertising skills in it, and, it paid off, man.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's good. I just never. Some people get the opportunity to go to college, and some people don't work out for it. But hey, I do the best I can. I'm surviving. I work, and I get paid.
I hear that. So some people are doing well, without college, and that's great, man. Good for them.
Oh,
You
yeah.
know, what worked for me was the one subject a month. You know, and I wish more colleges would kind of go to that system because it worked, man. You know, it allowed you to focus 100% on that one subject. And I'm not going to get into the politics of it, but you know, that's for all the kids out there, you know, that are in high school and say you're bored of school and stuff like that, you know, and you got all the adults saying, "Oh, you can do whatever you want. You can do, you know, reach for the stars and stuff." These people don't care, man. All they think about is just let's just get through school, you know. Buddies, watch college football on Saturdays, watch NFL on Sundays. You know, who cares, right? Go through the
Right,
motions.
like the Rodney Atkins song.
Yeah.
Make, go to the community college, major in beer and girls, and it was good till they throwed us out into the world.
That's a fact. That's a fact. Oh man. Well, I'm telling you though, if they rearrange the high school system to like one course a month, man, I'm telling you, watch the results. Watch the results. These kids will want to get into this stuff, and there's a lot of elements in those high school classes that people use in real life today, man. You know, if you're an NFL scout, it's math, you know, statistics. Um, you know, if you're, you know, a lawn care person, say you're taking care of the grass fields and the stadiums, you know, you need math for that stuff, man. There's a lot of stuff, man.
Hey,
That
I'll tell you a funny story here. My kid, he's in 8th grade, and he was a ball boy for the high school game
mm-hmm.
here a few weeks ago, and they play against this guy. And there's this kid on the other team. He's like in the top 150 of high school freshmen
Mm-hmm.
in the country. That's how good this kid is.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, everybody's been talking about him since he's like 6th grade. Oh man, this guy's gonna be good and everything. And he's now a freshman this year in high school. And I went there and watched the game and everything. Saying, man, that kid can play now. I mean, he got over 1,000 yards passing and over 1,000 yards rushing, maybe 2,000 yards rushing.
Good.
And yeah, as a freshman quarterback in high school, and he's like in the top 150. He's already being ranked for, I guess, for recruiters.
Wow.
When it comes to college. Yeah.
That's impressive. Good for him.
Yeah. Oh yeah, and the funniest thing is, I mean, for the past 2 years or so, me and my wife, we've heard from our kid. Well, this kid's good and everything. Then he was on the sideline watching them play against his school and everything. Oh, he comes home. He says, "Yeah, he ain't that good. He ain't nothing." Yeah, and we're like the last 2 years we've had to hear listening how good this guy is, and then all of a sudden your school plays against him. Oh, he ain't that good.
Oh man, it's just that typical high school trash talk, you know. My dude used to do it to our rivals too, man.
The guy scored 8 touchdowns. It was like 55-28.
Oh my god.
Yeah, he threw one. Well, actually 7 touchdowns. He threw 1 passing, and then the rest was he ran. I watched him run 175 yards.
Oh.
And I was at the
Wow.
Yeah. He cut the corner. Once he cut that corner, he was gone. Oh no.
That's some talent right there.
Yeah.
That's a future college star right there.
Oh yeah. And I joked with my buddy beside me. I said he's wearing Russell Wilson's number. He's number 3. He said he might be faster than Russell Wilson.
Is he?
And this guy told me, because he keeps up with the stuff. He said he down in Morgantown, West Virginia, about an hour from where we live at, or 2 hours. He said he was clocked at 4.53:40.
Nice.
Yeah.
For a quarterback, that is real nice.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess they had like a youth football camp down there now, and he was clocked at 4.53.
Oh, you got your next college star right there. Let's see how that goes. Keep his name in the system. We'll take a look at him. We've been rotating quarterbacks like it's musical chairs down here, so we could use a guy like that.
Oh yeah. You just gave me a funny thought. If let's say, for example, if that kid ends up going to the NFL one day, just for example, and he plays for the Panthers, I could hear my kid now. See, I knew he was good. Yeah, you try to tell us he wasn't.
Oh, wow. Yeah, I keep seeing some of these guys come up through the high school system. I'm like, man, that's some serious talent. You could tell the ones that are going to end up in the NFL too, because they show up in high school. You know, they ball out in high school. They come up into the college level, and then they get to the right place at the right college and the right place for them, the right fit, and it's go time from there. Okay, Matt Siege, right? All right, we'll keep our eyes peeled for him. Sig, okay, Matt Sig. We'll keep our eyes peeled for him, man. Hope he ends up in a good college environment that works for him, you know?
Yeah, I know last year my kid was on defense and on the 7th and 8th grade team, and this guy was on the other team, 8th grade. He's a year ahead of my son. And I'm like, yeah, I could ever hear, if I ever hear you get lucky or something, I could just imagine if you get lucky and tackle him or something, I could hear it for a week.
That's for sure. Oh my gosh. There's been a few like NFL players that are on the defensive side. There's like, oh, we've never been able to tackle so and so, and then like the second they do, it's like you never hear the end of it for like an entire like 3 weeks. It's like every press conference they have to let you know about it.
They always joke up here around Pittsburgh area because they say something's in the water when it comes to quarterbacks up here because of all the names that come from the Pittsburgh area.
It seriously is.
You talk about Namath, Marino, Unitas, Montana.
Yeah, like who is training all these guys? That's amazing. I got so much respect for that right there. You know, any players in particular you want to talk about, man?
That tight end for Iowa last night looked good at Lachey. I mean, Panthers. I say Panthers can use a tight end. They need a pass catching tight end too. And Iowa is something. I don't know what it is, but man, they turn out the tight ends and everything like it's nothing. It's like they got a tight end machine up there.
Now, is this guy a junior or a senior?
I have no idea. All I know is the last name is Lachey. Lachey.
I ran a few mock drafts. I didn't see his name in there. I'll check. Let me see. Let me see if he's in here. We'll know in a minute. Okay. Sam Laporta is going to the draft from Iowa.
And they're good for offensive linemen, too, for some reason. I mean, I guess because it's farm country up there and everything.
Oh, yeah. Get you a big country boy. You're going to do well. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm not seeing him on the list, man. But Matt Laporta's going up to the NFL, though. No, Sam Laporta. My bad. Sam Laporta.
What position?
Tight end.
Oh, okay.
So he might be like the other tight end in their formations. That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah, this guy's number 85 for Iowa, I guess, if you look on their roster or something. But I know that not that
Okay.
much.
Oh, Hawkeyes. Do. Players. I'm looking. They got Luke Lachey at tight end.
Yeah, that's him. Lachey.
Luke Lachey.
What's his first
Okay.
name?
Luke.
Number 85, I think.
Okay. Let's see what we got here. .6'6", 251. 13 receptions, 196 yards, 2 touchdowns so far. Just this year.
Oh, wow. I mean, I guess I just watched his best game yesterday because he seemed to, I mean, he caught one like 30-yard pass or something like that.
Let's see. Who was it they were playing?
They played Minnesota. I didn't want to say
Okay.
it up front.
5 catches for 77.
He what?
5 catches for 77. No touchdowns.
Oh, okay.
It was a 33-yarder.
Yeah.
Is what you saw.
Right. Yeah. I watched the end of it right after I got home from work and everything. So it was 10-10.
Oof.
He got him in field goal range with that big reception.
That's big right there, man. It's big. He's a sophomore.
Oh, okay.
And here's the thing, man. We're not exactly looking for a tight end this year, but next year we might be in the market for one. We're good with Tommy Tremble and Ian Thomas for 23. But 24, we might be looking for one.
Yeah.
I'll keep that name in mind.
There's your possibility right there.
I'll keep my eye on him, man. Bring him up in next year, and I'll put him on the list, and we'll see if we can find him.
Oh yeah, I mean, I guess you could do it the old-fashioned way if you wanted to, but I mean, to me, a tight end that can catch is good too. I mean,
you need tight ends these days are blockers and receivers, so because you see a lot of like counter plays, sweep plays, screen plays, so these guys have to be able to block successfully, particularly in the RPO.
Yeah.
Those are the guys that are going to get drafted more often than not.
Yeah, I grew up watching Ozzie Newsome play tight end for Cleveland. He was like the standard. He had over like 600 catches in his career.
I mean, people kept bringing up Travis Kelce in the last few weeks, and Travis Kelce's just, God, he's an animal. He's an absolute animal.
Yeah, and he played college ball for Cincinnati of all.
Yes, he did. You just never know where you're going to find these guys. Where'd Gronkowski come from? Arizona? Yeah. See, that's another team that's not really that relevant. See, you don't know where you're going to find these people from, man.
Yeah. He's from the Pittsburgh area, too.
I mean, that's another Pittsburgh product right there.
I don't think he was on the team. It might have been a little before or a little after, but when I first moved to Pittsburgh area in 2008, I went to the local high school game and saw him play the school he came from and everything. Man, those were some big boys. I mean, you think he was facing college or NFL, but these were high school kids and they,
Ooh, Alabama played App State. And Alabama won 34-0, of course. But still, it's App State. I've been waiting for that. I have literally been waiting for that matchup because App State has been... App State's been really doing some work in college football in the last, 10 years. It's been nuts.
Hey there. I heard on the radio it was Austin P. Alabama played, not App State.
Okay. Let me see. Yeah, you're right. Austin P. You're right.
And the strangest thing
Where are these guys from? I've never even heard of that.
Austin P.
Oh, ASUN. ASUN Conference. That's why I've never heard of them. Okay, so they're in there with that Western Kentucky Conference. I see. That was their last game. Honestly, that's actually really respectable. They gave Western Kentucky a fight in the first week. And they did lose. Huh. I've just never heard of them. Let's see.
They play in the same conference in Murray State in basketball, no Ohio Valley Conference. They're from some town in Tennessee.
I got you. But yeah, I've been waiting on an App State and Alabama matchup for the longest time. That would be a hard fought game right there. I would watch that. And enjoy that thoroughly.
Are they on the schedule?
Nope. But I would love for that to happen at some point. Yeah, App State is Division I now, so yeah, they could play each other.
Yeah, but Nick Saban ain't gonna play that game because it's possible of a loss. He'll play some team like New Mexico State.
Yeah, it'll be somebody dumb. Yeah. That's just how they roll. Whoa, look at Arkansas. Okay. Arkansas with that big win over Mississippi? Ooh. There's some crazy games this week. Notre Dame made my Tigers look good, though. 44-0 over BC. Louisville beat NC State. Okay. And I'm going to say this. DJ had a good game against Miami today for my Tigers. And throughout the rest of the year, he's been struggling. He's looked bad. And that's the main reason we lost that Notre Dame game is because Dabo was like some kind of obsession with him or something, to where he just stayed in for the entire 4-quarter game. And there were some people talking like, what, 6-7 weeks ago? Oh, DJ Uiagalelei, he's doing so well. He's doing so well. Maybe the Panthers should draft. No. Y'all are delusional. Stop it. Stop it.
Hey, I wanted to tell you something.
I do not endorse DJ. Sorry.
Speaking of tight ends and everything,
Mm-hmm.
Iowa tight ends, they got two right now at least in the NFL. Three now. I just thought of the third one. They got George Kittle.
That's a fact.
T.J. Hawkinson. He just got traded from the Lions to Vikings.
Yep.
And they got Noah Fant. He got traded from Denver to Seattle. Wilson trade. So there's 3 tight ends they got right there in the NFL right now.
And Kittle, I consider to be in the top 5 of tight ends right now.
And if you remember, Dallas Clark played for the Colts.
Yes, I do.
Okay, so there's another tight end. That's
Yep.
what I say. They got a tight end machine in Iowa.
They really do. It's really quite amazing.
Well, hey, I'm going to get out of here, heading to work and everything, so you have a good day. Maybe to see a overtime win for the Panthers.
Hopefully we won't even have to go to overtime. Need to get that win. But, yeah, we'll see. We'll see how it goes.
They supposedly have the best field goal kicker in the league, which I don't agree with. He's got the leg, but I don't think
Top 5. Top 5.
Yeah. Right. I mean, they say they claim 60
Justin
yards.
Tucker's a beast, man. I don't know what they're feeding these kickers, man. Are they giving these guys steroids like Barry Bonds? Because I'm telling you, 20 years ago, you never used to see kickers kick that far. And straight. Straight as an arrow. It's incredible.
Are you old enough to remember Morton Anderson?
Probably not.
Saints and Falcons, mostly.
I started watching the Panthers like in 04, 05. So, probably
well,
not.
This guy, you probably saw him at the end of his career then, if he 04, 05. Because this guy, he kicked like 20-some years, and I remember him standing at the 35-yard line on a kickoff. He would kick it straight through the goalpost on the other end of the field, 75 yards.
Golly. I mean, that was off of a tee, though. But still, give that man 3 points.
Yeah. I was like, I've seen him kick a 60-yard field goal one time. He was kicking against the Bears back then. That was in 91, I think. And he kicked a 60-yard field goal right before half.
Man, there's something in the waters with all these kickers, man. I'm telling you. I don't...
Yeah.
There's no way to explain this. But you got kickers that are going like 60 yards now is the norm. And it used to be like 40-something, right?
Yeah, right, yeah.
Oh, my God.
Hey,
like,
I'm out of here, bud. I'll see you next time, man.
Alrighty, man. You take care of yourself. Stay safe. Alright, they want to discuss, that was the time. I'll stick around for a couple more minutes for you guys, but that's it. I gotta get up early in the morning, so whatever y'all got, throw them in chat right now. But, shout out to all the people that have come through here. Black Poppy, my usual mod, X Ryan, XBL, Vietnam, who came in late. Shout out to Dan Wolf, who's a Ravens fan there for the stream. Jeremy, Dimitrik, obviously y'all getting your credit. And anybody else I missed, shout out to y'all, man. Thank you so much for coming through here. It's been a blast. Yeah, Panthers versus Ravens tomorrow. Best of luck to the Ravens if you root for them, but my Panthers gotta prevail, man. My Panthers gotta prevail. We gotta work hard. We gotta prevail. Above all, man, we gotta stay happy, healthy, and safe out there, man. Happy, healthy, and well. That's the name of the game. Any day that we can do that, that's a win. That's bigger than football. But yeah, shout out to everybody, man. That's made this franchise what it is right now. And what it's about to become under Steve Wilkes. Shout out to all the subscribers and all the members that are new here, that are joined, that are making this channel and this page what it is. Appreciate y'all, man. I'm excited for the future of what this channel could be, man. I'm very excited. Hey, that's gonna be it. But hey, thank you so much, though. Y'all some real ones, man. Let's play hard. Let's go get that win. You know, let's do what we do. Alright, man. Keep pounding, baby. That's all we got left to say. Peace.